12 baada ya saa 8 saa zetu za kanda ya Afrika Mashariki. Kiongozi wa wengi katika bunge la taifa Amos Kimunya atawasilisha hoja ya kuahirisha kikao cha asubuhi siku ya Alhamisi tarehe 12 mwezi huu ili kutoa fursa kwa hafla itakayoandaliwa bungeni, ambapo rais anatarajiwa kutoa ile hotuba ya kila mwaka kuhusu hali ya taifa kama ilivyoratibishwa kikatiba na kwenye kanuni za bunge. Vile bunge linatarajiwa kujadili hoja ya kuidhinisha ripoti kuhusu taarifa ya maongozi ya serikali nambari 3 ya mwaka uliopita inayoratibu sera ya kitaifa ya kutokomeza na kuharamisha ile tambiko la ukeketaji wa wasichana. Ripoti hiyo iliwasilishwa na mwenyekiti wa kamati ya leba na maslahi ya kijamii ambaye pia ni mbunge wa Limuru Peter Mwadhi. Aidha, kuna hoja ya kuidhinisha ripoti ya kamati ya uchukuzi, ujenzi na nyumba iliyochunguza matumizi ya reli ya kisasa. Hoja nyingine kwenye ratiba ya leo ni ya kuchunguza rufaa ya umma ambayo iliitaka bunge kuchunguza upya azimio lake kuhusu tarajiwa kujadili hoja ya ripoti ya kamati ya michezo, utamaduni na utalii iliyochunguza shughuli zinazojiri katika uwanja wa michezo humu nchini. Wakati wa maswali, mbunge wa Kimilili Didmas Barasa anataka waziri wa elimu kuelezea kiasi cha fedha kinachotengwa kwenye mpango wa kufadhili elimu ya kila mwanafunzi wa shule za sekondari na utaratibu unaotumiwa kulipia ada za ziada kama zile za chakula cha mchana zinazotozwa na shule. Mbunge wa Tigania Mashariki Josephat Gishunge Kabeabea anamuuliza waziri wa leba na maslahi ya kijamii hatua zilizochukuliwa kuhakikisha watu wakongwe wenye umri wa zaidi ya miaka 70 katika eneo bunge lake wananufaika na ule mpango wa kuhakimu wakongwe. Mbunge wa Kinango Benjamin Tayari anataka waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa kuelezea ni kwa nini lokesheni za Mzovuni, Nyango, Mkang'ombe, Mbita, Zivani, Kazamoyo, Egu, Busho, Katandogo ya Chigutu zilizoratibishwa kwenye gazeti rasmi la serikali hazijazinduliwa rasmi. Mbunge wa Sigowet Soin Kipsengere Koros anaitaka tume ya kuajiri walimu kuelezea utaratibu na utumiwa kuwapandisha vyeo walimu, hasa walimu wakuu na manaibu wao. Mbunge wa Nakuru mjini Mashariki David Gikaria anataka waziri wa elimu kuelezea kwa nini naibu chancellor wa chuo kikuu cha Egerton anaendelea kuhudumu licha ya kutimiza umri wa kustaafu. Mbunge wa Lamu Mashariki Stanley Muthama anataka waziri wa leba na maslahi ya kijamii kuelezea utaratibu na utumiwa kuwatambua na kuwasajili wale wanaostahili kunufaika na mpango wa kuhakimu wakongwe. Mbunge wa Kitutu Masaba Shadrack Mose anataka waziri wa uchukuzi kuelezea mikakati iliyowekwa kujenga barabara ya kutoka Metamaiwa kupitia Gesima, Mosobeti hadi Kebirigo. Na msikilizaji, ikiwa umefungulia redio yako kwa mara ya kwanza, unasikiliza KBC Radio Taifa na ni kikao cha bunge la taifa cha siku ya Jumanne alasiri. Jina langu ni Tilio Marco.
to factories for the
Honorable Charlie Mwendwa, former member of parliament for Kitui West constituency, who was an MP from 1987 to 1992, who passed on the morning of Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, following illness at the age of 94 years. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Charlie Mwendwa was born on 23rd May 1926 and is one of Kenya's first directors of education. Honorable Speaker, he was posted to Nairobi as education officer at Independence, where he rose through the ranks to be first one said in the exams during those days can remember his signature. During his tenure, he signed all certificates of primary education up to 1972. As the first director of education at the time of gaining independence, he was faced with and addressed numerous racial segregation issues in the educational system.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I had
God's blessing during this difficult time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kitui South.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. On behalf of the people of Kitui South and on behalf of myself and my family, I would like to give my condolences to the family of the Charles. Let me say that because it's a very big family. As we thank God for giving him a long and fulfilled life at the age of 94 years, we would like to thank God for the long and fulfilling life that he has been given. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chale Mwendwa was a pioneer educationist who served this country with a lot of zeal. Being an investor and a key person who supported many people in Kitui County, we would like to take an opportunity this time to wish his family God's mercies and support at this difficult time. We'd also like to thank the various governments for giving him an opportunity to serve in the Ministry of Livestock, Ministry of Water, among other ministries. Also, we would like to thank his family and also thank God for the contribution that he gave in terms of the multi-party democracy that he supported in his life. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Member for Mafoko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my colleagues too in condoling this family on my behalf, that of Mavoko and the entire Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, you know I'm the governor in waiting. And I know, Mr. Speaker, I know we have been talking of dynasties. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the Mwendwas, Chale Mwendwa was an early educationist, and he was a brother to the late Kitile Mwendwa, the first Chief Justice of this country. Mr. Speaker, you're also aware and alive that the first lady minister in this country came from this family. Mr. Speaker, this is a family which has blessed my community so much. Mr. Speaker, when I look at Chale Mwendwa, those days when education was not known, he is known in history having gone to the village and picked every young man who was ready to go to school. Mr. Speaker, again, his leadership went ahead. He was appointed as Minister of Lands, Livestock, Water. And then, Mr. Speaker, when I look at such a gentleman dying at the age of 94, it now begs me the question, Mr. Speaker, for how long will we have leaders of this caliber take the baton of this country? Mr. Speaker, we remember this man as a noble gentleman. And as a community, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you we've really lost. But we have learned from him because this is what we say. He has lived, and now we are celebrating his life. Mr. Speaker, I invite the whole House as members of Parliament that during his funeral, we invite you, despite the coronavirus menace, Mr. Speaker, we give him a good send-off. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Osion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to join the rest of us in the House in sending condolence message to the late former cabinet minister and a distinguished leader in this country. I wish to inform the House that the Honorable Mwendwa was also a minister for labor, and therefore the labor movement has lost a great friend who really meant a lot and contributed a lot to the labor movement. The current building of Kenya National Union of Teachers, the foundation stone was laid by Honorable Mwendwa. And truly, this country misses such caliber of leaders, particularly when it comes to ministers. And it's good, Honorable Speaker, that the country is thinking of going into the future, having ministers nominated from elected members of Parliament. I am sure this country will get back to the old order of having true leaders who have authority derived from the people leading our ministries, and of course ensuring that we have good governance. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on my own behalf of my family and the good people of Kitui Central, I also want to join my colleagues in conveying my message of condolences to the Chale family and the bigger Mwendo family. Honorable Speaker, the Mwendo family has really made a huge contribution to this country. Mwendo, who was a senior chief, has daughters and sons who have really done a lot for this country. And even as we
It is a scientific fact. Ourselves. Why is it that it must be removed? Is the sensuality, the sexuality of a woman so incredibly overpowering and fearful for men? Having said that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to agree that I think it is important that in as much as we educate our women, we also educate our men on especially the spiritual aspects of this terrible, terrible act. With those few remarks, I support.
Well, I also took out the Honorable Robert Boy by mistake, so maybe we could take over from there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also rise and support the adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, I am also a little lost because of the terms that members have used, and I know my daughter and my parents are watching, so I have to be very careful what I say about this. But all the same, Mr. Speaker, it's not practiced in the region where I come from. Fortunately, the Kamba community has advanced and has moved beyond those very primitive and archaic systems of running their affairs. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that we could be discussing about a way by which women are being oppressed during a time when women are even fighting for more positions in leadership. It is really unfortunate. So I rise to completely condemn this barbaric act. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to my colleague, and what he has said is really the truth. That primitive men, in their ways of attempting to sit on women or control women, they used that as one of the ways. Mr. Speaker, if you go to some of the communities, you also find that even the foods that they eat, if it is a chicken that has been slaughtered, the men will want to eat the easier parts, like the liver and the softer parts. And then they leave things like the claws, for the women. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a very primitive way. Looking at where Kenya is going and where the world is going, it's important that all of us realize that there's a lot of equality between the genders. In fact, many people say the women are the weaker gender, but that's really not true. There are many, many times when the women are actually stronger than men. Emotionally, they are stronger than us. In terms of, in terms of intellect is where I think men may be a bit of an advantage, but all the same, I think emotionally women beat us hands down. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to say that I want to support this, but instead of complaining, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we kind of look at the solutions. What solutions have we been offered? Mr. Speaker, political leaders can offer very good solutions to this country. And those leaders that are scared of losing votes and they're able to sacrifice their women really need to be looked at very keenly, Mr. Speaker. So political leaders need to bite the bullet and ensure that they fight this vice to the last man. Mr. Speaker, civic education is also important. I think in some of the communities, they don't have enough civic education to know what are the benefits of not doing this. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that civic education is also given out in this country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there has to be very, very serious and harsh penalties for offenders. It's important that we ensure that whoever is found culpable of this kind of vice is dealt with properly so that this thing can be finished. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I support the committee's report.
Member for Baringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, because kule Baringo, Mr. Speaker, ni sehemu ambayo bado ukeketaji unatekelezwa na wasichana wetu, na hata kwa sehemu zingine akina mama ambao waliolewa bila kufanywa ukeketaji bado wanakeketwa. Mr. Speaker, tunajua kwamba jambo hili lilikuwa limetupiliwa mbali. Tumejaribu sana kupiga jambo hili, lakini hatujaweza, Mr. Speaker. Sababu ni kuwa wale ambao ndio wanafaidika na sehemu hii. Hawajakuja kibaumbele na kuweza kupigana na vita hii. Tumekuwa tukiwasiliana na akina mama tu na wasichana, lakini wanaume ambao ndio wanaotumia sehemu hii hawako kibaumbele kupiga vita jambo hili. Katika hiyo hali, Bwana Spika, tunaona kwamba hata sisi tunapoenda kupiga jambo hili vita, wale ambao wanatumia hawaji mbele kusema kwamba tukionja hii ama ile iko na tofauti ndio wanawake wawache basi. Tunahitaji wanaume waje mbele watueleze ile imekeketwa, ile imekatwa na ile haijakatwa gani ndio gani. Tuelezwe tofauti, manake sisi ndio wale tunabeba hii kitu. Wale ambao wanatumia watuambie, manake hatutajua. Ili tuweze kuhamasisha wasichana wetu, ndio wasichana wajue hii hapo ikikatwa mwanaume hata nitaka. We need to approach these things, Mr. Speaker, sir, from different angle. From a very long time, we are just talking to women and men. We are just fighting from the women part, Mr. Speaker. And for a very long time, when we go for these meetings.
Now, you see, if you decide to use Swahili, just use Swahili consistently.
Haya, tuendelee. Bwana Speaker.
Endelea sasa na hiyo mambo ya ulikuwa unasema.
Bwana Speaker, naona kwamba pia wewe umefurahia haya mambo. Na ni shwari kwamba ni mambo ambayo yanatukuza sisi wote. Bwana Speaker, wanatuambia wanawake ambao wamekeketwa, ingawaje sio wote wanaweza sema, ni kwamba hapo ukikatwa, Bwana Speaker, wanasema unakosa network. Na hii network ndio inahitajika. Ikawa sasa wanaume kazi yao ni kutunyanyasa sisi, wao wanapata network, sisi hatupati network. Kwa sababu hiyo tunafananisha kama aerial ya Safaricom. Katika hiyo hali, Mr. Speaker, hata afya ya wanawake inakuwa ni kama kudhulumiwa. Kwa sababu katika ile act ni kama kulazimishwa. Wakati wa kuzaa wanatuambia uchungu ni mwingi sana, na ili hali tunaendelea tu kuwalazimisha na kuwaweka katika hali ya kukeketwa kwa lazima. Ni wakati sasa wanaume tunawaomba, kujeni mbele tukapiga hii vita pamoja. Mtuambie gani ndio bora kuliko hiyo ingine. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mavoko, I'm sure would be able to deal with that one now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I must say that I support this session paper. Mr. Speaker, let me explain to her before she forgets that when a lady is genitally mutilated, she is not well greased. So, Mr. Speaker, when you mutilate this organ, and I agree with
what did you say? Go visit. Grease. I mean, grease is in the machines on motor vehicles. I mean,
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the lady that we should tell her. In fact, and I want us to speak here because we are leaders. And I think even our young girls in our homes should know that mutilation of that organ is bad. And Mr. Speaker, I am saying one that is mutilated is not well lubricated for the game. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important. In fact, I want to tell this House, in our community we have gone to the next level.
that we even move it from its natural condition to even make it longer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an attraction. Mr. Speaker, this is a source of pleasure. Mr. Speaker, let me tell the truth. We have seen even from other communities, those men who pretend that they mutilate, they practice FGM, Mr. Speaker. They are the ones who go from pangwa candles for these ones who are not mutilated. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell our men and those communities that are practicing this one, you are denying our women a crucial, fundamental pleasure that they should enjoy. So, Mr. Speaker, I think if we implement this, and I think God created us with a purpose. So when we go ahead, I'm not saying circumcision is bad. I am not saying anything. It's biblical. But when it comes to the ladies, for men, but it comes for ladies, Mr. Speaker, we must protect them. We must safeguard them so that when they reach at a time, Mr. Speaker, be it medically or they want to change, maybe it becomes, it is, you know, the Bible says if it is the hand that's making you sin, if it is a finger, Mr. Speaker, cut it. So if that position, if a person reaches that point, then let them make their own volition to decide whether they go for FGM, but not us, as citizens of this country, to advance all forth. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this session paper that FGM must be criminalized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Wajir.
Mr. Speaker, I am very emotional. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chair of this committee. And I know now why the former chair could not bring such a motion. I know now, Mr. Speaker, because the victims are very many in this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say this without fear, because I need to encourage other women and girls. I am a victim, Mr. Speaker. And we must not shy away from this. We must not, Mr. Speaker. It is not a good thing, Mr. Speaker. Millie told us here, there is no religion, Mr. Speaker, which says, you must color gut, Mr. Speaker. There is no religion. We are misusing the cultures. And it is a high time, Mr. Speaker, we join hands and fight this. And from my side, Mr. Speaker, we must call FGM a national disaster so that it is everybody, leaders, civil societies, religion leaders, we must fight this. In the motion, Mr. Speaker, I do not agree as using these target groups that we want to use them for sensitization. Like the chiefs, they are the ones who conceal and even encourage these acts in our villages, Mr. Speaker. So I think as a house, we must come with a serious, tight policy, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't end there. Coming to the effect, Mr. Speaker, we were told 97.5 of these FGM research are Somalis. I agree, Mr. Speaker, with that research. But it also, as a leader, affects me badly. You can imagine 97.5% of Somali women undergo FGM. It is shame, Mr. Speaker, in 21st century. Again, I will really want to hear from the chair. I don't know whether he captured. Have they done the research? Out of the 97.5, how many women have undergone cesarean section? Because the both, Mr. Speaker, and I know from, I said a victim, you go, if you undergo FGM, there is no way, Mr. Speaker, you can, the percentage of the women who do normal deliveries, I think are 20%. I've also gone under SCS, C-section, Mr. Speaker. with my 3 children. You can imagine that pain. So it's good we also encourage others. It's really difficult. Bleeding, Mr. Speaker, you see, for girls, complications. Mr. Speaker, FGM has also destroyed families. The divorce case from areas that FGM is high, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also 60–70%. Mheshimiwa from Mavoko told us something. I don't want to repeat, and I know we are live. Honorable Gladwell said, what is the difference? I want to tell her, and Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for 1 more minute. If I want to tell her something. Right now, the leaders from the areas that FGM is high, some of them go marry women who are not cut, circumcised. Yes. Because of the pleasure, Mr. Speaker. And when you ask them, why are you marrying? They say, we have to go to Coast. The women from Coast, yeah. Maneno ni mzuri. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, so I want to tell Honorable Gladwell here.
No, I'll give you an extra 2 minutes. I give you an extra 2 minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker, because I said I want to use this opportunity to encourage women and girls, Mr. Speaker.
Rosa Boy, you just want to argue. Okay.
But thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members confused me because she was speaking in English and she suddenly turned into Kiswahili. And she said, maneno ni mzuri.
It was just one word. It was just one word.
Mr. Speaker, I'd kindly request the honorable member to explain what maneno ni mzuri is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you've already taken my minutes, so Mr. Speaker, what I mean is I want us to use the opportunity to correct the mess that some of the cultures have done to us. And it is injustice, discriminative to us, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say this without fear. Yes, it has caused a lot of divorce cases in areas that FGM is being practiced. But again, as Millie said, we have women, Mr. Speaker, as a result of FGM, who are going to do surgery, Mr. Speaker, right now. Reconstructive surgery. What do they want? They want pleasure. It is true. It comes with pleasure. It comes with a lot of good stuff, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ask the Ministry of Gender to up their game, to use that office very well and go to the grassroots and rethink about the people whom they are using to eradicate this mess, Mr. Speaker. We must come out as leaders, regardless of your religion, your culture, and where you come from.
Now, order. Member Voseme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to give me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I arise to support this policy of eradication of female genital mutilation, which is also known as female genital cutting, and the difference being mutilation describes what really happens. And Mr. Speaker, it is really a horrible act. I will not go into the details of the anatomy. I think Millie did that, and I can give a B+ for knowing the anatomy of the female genitalia. But, Mr. Speaker, this, if we leave all other issues of constitution, of the laws, of the policies, is the effect it has on the people who are involved. Leave alone the issue of pleasure and sensation, which has obviously really, we have enjoyed it here. But there are serious health problems. When we talk of the form that Millie was describing as infibulation, where actually the opening is closed. After cutting all the clitoris and all that, they cut the clitoris, they cut the valve, and then they close. It heals back. So basically, there's a hole that can only sometimes pass urine. And if it is done in early, the children, the ladies cannot even menstruate, and that alone will cause problems. At the time it is being done, many children have died from bleeding. Then there is severe infection that can follow. And then when it is blocked, you can actually have severe infection right up to the uterus, and the children can actually be sterile. Yeah, the girls can actually be sterile because of that infection. And when it comes to the time of delivery, Mr. Speaker, if it is that severe form, and the hole was literally closed, the opening was literally closed with just a small hole, it is impossible for the baby to pass. Then what happens? They have to go through cesarean section, and if they're in a place where that cannot take place, Mr. Speaker, the child can die, the mother can die, or it can be so severe that they actually damage the bladder, and you have free-flowing urine, what is called vesico-vaginal fistula, where the women will leak of urine throughout their lives. And they are smelling, and that may be another reason for actually the divorce, if you leave alone the lack of pleasure. So in reality, Mr. Speaker, if one has to watch this being done, the videos where it is being done, then you will prefer the word mutilation rather than cutting. And therefore, I think, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we have to really fight. I had the opportunity when I was in the Ministry of Gender, and there is an approach. The Honorable Lady from Baringo, as was talking, people were actually joking. One of the approaches is approach the elderly people, the custodians of this, and actually involve them in discussions. And during that time, we were actually able to get agreement and signed agreement by the elders, the Jurinjeke, in West Pokot, and in Kuria. And looking at the data, it seems like it has made some effect. So, Mr. Speaker, the desire now to move the policy, the old policy was of abandonment, which looked voluntary, to one of eradication. Mr. Speaker, I support that. We must move from abandonment, which looks voluntary, to actually eradication, where we have to actually come forcefully with the force of law and actually eradicate this. So this policy of acceleration by 2020 may be a little ambitious, but I think it is something we should take and put enough resources and put the laws, enforce the laws, and get this eradicated if we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Soipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, anyone who declares me a victim does it at the risk of, being asked to substantiate. And Honorable Ngeno, I'm sure you cannot substantiate that allegation. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me a chance to speak in support of this committee's report on the sessional paper number 3 of 2019. And Mr. Speaker, I may not be gifted in graphics like my sister Millie, so I'll not attempt to do that. But Honorable Speaker, as we speak with the kind of animation we are subjecting this report to, I wish that we do not lose the seriousness of the problems that our girls and women are facing as a result of the practice of FGM. Mr. Speaker, if I was to be asked on the level of criminalization or stating and giving FGM the weight it deserves in terms of fighting it, Mr. Speaker, I would say it would stand on the same pedestal as what we have on the Convention Against Torture, the International Convention Against Torture, because that's where we start from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our girls are suffering, and Honorable Nyikal has clearly spelled out the medical effects, negative effects, that FGM subjects our girls and women to. Talk about the issues of fistula. Talk about the birth complications that our girls go through. Mr. Speaker, I support the report of the committee, and I think we need to walk the talk. Because with the passage of the Children's Act, which I think is one of the first domestic laws that spoke against FGM, or protection of our children. Mr. Speaker, 20-something years down the line, I don't think the laws have done what they ought to have done. I think we passed the laws and relaxed that the law was going to do the work. Mr. Speaker, the work lies elsewhere. We have the laws, we know the negative effects of FGM. Now we need to take this a notch higher, and I think where we start as a house is sufficient funding for the anti-FGM board, so that they get out of the boardrooms, from the boardrooms discussing FGM on the boardrooms of the board, and go to where the tire meets the road, which is the grassroots level. Engage our men. All these shenanigans about pleasure and, whether a cut woman is more pleasurable than one who is not cut or vice versa. Mr. Speaker, that one is neither here nor there. In Narok County, the menace we are fighting against right now, because, when we talk about the fact that when a woman is cut, then they become less sexually active, that is a fallacy, Mr. Speaker. And we must call it out for what it is. Because our girls who are subjected to FGM are the ones, I don't know how many girls we are going to take back to school come January in Narok County. All our girls are pregnant, Mr. Speaker. And all of them, most of them, a great percentage, have been subjected to FGM. So what is this talk about that when you circumcise a woman, then she will not be sexually active? That is not honorable, Mr. Speaker, please give me a minute to wrap up. In saying this, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members of this House, let us take the issue seriously. Please let us support the anti-FGM board with sufficient resources so that we can go to the ground, talk to our men, talk to our administrators on the ground, and take this conversation to the grassroots so that we have community conversations. Because our women are the biggest perpetrators. And it is because of the socialization, Mr. Speaker. If a woman doesn't get cut, she will not find a husband. And that already is like being ostracized from society, Mr. Speaker. Those are the conversations we need to take down. And I
Did you say 1 more minute? But there's FGM, and then they're also mixing with something cat, I don't know, cat, I don't know now.
Mr. Speaker, whether we sugar, no amount of sugarcoating FGM will make it, better than the worst thing that it is, Mr. Speaker. When I talk about cutting, it's cutting, Mr. Speaker. It's mutilation. It's an ugly thing, Mr. Speaker. And so I just want to urge the House, please, the only genuine way that we are going to support this committee is when we go back to the budget, please let us support the anti-FGM board so that we can change the tide for our girls and women on the ground. Mr. Speaker, and a colleague was saying that, we should not be talking about FGM. Let's talk about early marriages and early pregnancy. But FGM is a causative effect of early marriage and early pregnancy. Because once you circumcise these girls, they are women and they can do those things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But I just noticed some specific members, I'm not going to name anybody, who appear to have gotten a little tired of and walked out. Some would come in and, I'm able to see who belongs where in this debate. I've seen a number who have come in, and when they get there, they hear they listen and they take off. And you can see they are still taking off. Anyway, member for Rangwe. Then we will hear from the Honorable Sophia. I know she has done a lot of work in this area.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this session of paper that has been brought in by the committee, and I want to appreciate members who have given contributions ahead of me. Quite a bit has been said. And this is a matter that requires a lot of thinking over as a nation, thinking over as a community. It is a matter that is interesting when it is being said, but at the same time, the health effects of it, as has been talked about by Honorable Nyikal, the actual meaning that has been elucidated by Honorable Mili, and even the people who have gone through it, like Honorable Geddy, who have given us practical experiences that they have had, really gives a cause for us to seriously think about this matter, Honorable Speaker. But I sit from where I am, from a community where we don't do FGM. We don't cut anything at all, Honorable Speaker. We leave it as it is, and I don't know whether that gives any premium to the women who come from this region. But what I'm trying to interrogate is the real need for this to be done at this particular time. Because we cannot also wholesomely castigate one culture or practice. Because from where I come, in the greater Luo Nyanza, there used to be removal of teeth. 6 teeth used to be removed. And this would probably be replaced with FGM in another community. But removal of 6 teeth has since been abandoned because of the gravity of what it causes to the persons who have this. And you even don't look so good when you have part of your teeth removed. So when I want to talk about this matter, I would just be curious why somebody would want to remove part of a sexual organ of a woman, for whatever reason. And also, Honorable Speaker, intact muscles can stretch when one is delivering. But a scar can never stretch. When cutting has been done, a scar is formed. And these cesarean sections have to be done because the mother cannot deliver the normal way that the mother ought to deliver, because there is a normal stretching because of the hormonal systems that the body brings about to allow the baby to come out through the mother normally. But when you create a scar and this scar heals, it can never stretch the way a normal muscle stretches. And also what Honorable Geddy has also talked about. This brings about many, many, many cases from her own research. I don't have this documented. It brings in issues of instability in families. Why instability in families? You go test the one that has been cut. Then you come here, test another one, or probably live with one who has been cut or not cut. Then you want them to give you the same effect that you expect in the cut and the uncut one. And this brings family instability. When we go to Article 53 of the Constitution, the right of the children, They have a right to be protected against abuse. And we must put our laws and systems to be in this time and age in line with our Constitution. And we are not doing anybody any favor, Honorable Speaker, when we debate this particular matter in the floor of this House at this particular time. So as I support this matter, this is a serious matter that is not only going to be relegated to sexuality alone, but we are looking at the healthcare systems of women, we are looking at the safety of the mother, we are looking at the safety of the child, and I cannot also imagine a situation where a girl cannot menstruate normally because the vagina has been closed altogether. So when blood comes, there is nowhere blood flows through. So I rise to support, and thank you for giving me that chance, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
The member for Ijara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. And I want first to thank the committee for bringing this policy paper, sessional paper 3 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, and in the 10th Parliament, and Honorable Millie Odhiambo is my witness, and when we were debating on the act, the Female Genital Mutilation Act, and Waziri, the majority leader was Waziri then, I stood up and gave my personal experience when all the men walked out of this house and said that they will not legislate culture. When I gave my own personal experience and I shed tears, Millie came to where I was standing and she started crying with me on the floor of the house. And from that time, all the men who are watching us through the media in the tea place and what have you, they came back and voted for the bill. So I want to thank all those people who were there. My brother Bifoli told us that it is not right for us to legislate culture. But in the end, he came and voted for us. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we know with that law in place, still female genital mutilation is conducted within our villages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, female genital mutilation needs multi-sectoral approach, Mr. Speaker. An approach where every sector, be it state and non-state actors, all of them coming and joining hands together to conduct serious sensitization and awareness creation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Nikal has said it all. I don't want to repeat health complications because I know I've gone through all those health complications that Nikal has explained personally. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and I want to give one example. I started talking about female genital mutilation over 30 years ago. And in the villages, when I went around talking about female genital mutilation, they were calling me the mad woman. But what happened is, in the end, the religious leaders came to support and to talk about it openly because they felt it was the right thing for them to talk about it because female genital mutilation was causing death among the society and among the young girls and among the women during childbirth. There was one particular incident that I want to tell this honorable house. There was a young girl of 14 years old. Her parents chased her out of their home because they thought she was pregnant. The lady, people picked her from the streets, they brought her to my house. She came, I picked her, stayed with her for 6 months. I didn't know what to do with her. I took her to hospital. She's not pregnant, nothing. I didn't know. And here, her stomach was, you could physically see that this lady is pregnant. So what happened? There was an angel by the name of a doctor who came all the way from Sweden. So he took her. We came with him to Nairobi. We had to take her through many x-rays, Mr. Speaker. And what did we find? That
the blood that was supposed to come out went back to the uterus. And when they removed, the whole uterus was already black, sick, and they had to remove everything at a tender age like that, Mr. Speaker. That is the kind of health complication that female genital mutilation has, Mr. Speaker. So what happened? We had to go back with the girl. Her parents came crying to me. She refused to go to them. The girl stayed with me. She's graduate today. She has a very good position in the government, but she cannot give birth to any child, Mr. Speaker. The unfortunate part of it is, today, because of female genital mutilation, the girl cannot bear a child, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the right time for us to talk and engage and to say the truth on the floor of the House. It is the high time for us because there are a lot of complications. Let's leave other things. This is a very heavy and serious matter when we want to discuss. It is not about what you like or what you don't like. It is about the...
Member for Sierra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this female genital mutilation that has been a fight for many years. It's not the first time that it has come to this House. But we do have so many harmful cultural practices that women go through. FGM is one of them, early marriage, domestic violence, and so on. There are so many. But this one touches one's heart. Just look at the title, FGM, female genital mutilation. Mutilation as an English word proves that there is something very wrong with this. You cannot mutilate a body. It's terrible, it's horrifying. And that's why this must go. We have been told over and over again the consequences, the harmful consequences of FGM, and we continue to practice this. I think, Dr. Nyikalu, you have really expressed yourself so well. I was just in tears as you described it, because it is so painful. Just being told. I don't come from a community that practices it, but I have friends who come from these communities. They talk to us, they tell us the challenges they go through emotionally, physically, socially. It is horrifying. It is our responsibility to make sure that we come up with policies that will protect women. Women have gone through a lot. And this is one of those that we cannot wait. We must come up with a policy as fast as possible, because so many women are dying as they give birth. So many women are leaving school as they get mutilated. So many girls are being divorced. You know, we cannot see women suffer and we keep quiet. One of the things that I saw in this country during HIV and AIDS, before HIV and AIDS was declared a national disaster, 1999, the government had a wonderful policy which was called Total War Against AIDS. I was involved in it. It was real total war. The government put money to fight HIV and AIDS. They mainstreamed HIV AIDS in every ministry, in education, in health, name it. Everybody was talking about HIV and AIDS. Everybody was teaching each other how to prevent it, how to look after those who had already got the infection. It was a very, very powerful program. And that's what I want to see in FGM. Let's put money there. Let ministries get involved. We need everybody on board, because this must go. I will not talk much about this, but I know it hurts. It's painful. It's a very emotional statement or a problem, because it touches the culture of a people. Anything that touches the culture of a people becomes a very emotional thing. But I must say that the whole world is fighting it. There was a story of a girl
from Southern Sudan. She was escaping from FGM. And the American government gave her a visa instantly because she wanted to escape from her country. Look at the way other countries respond. And that's why I want to say that if we put more money, like we did with Total War Against AIDS, then we will be able to get somewhere. So I support. Thank you.
Member for Dagoretti South. I just pressed for you. You then pressed again. Don't press now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my minutes will count, even if they are a few seconds. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing to support this report by the committee, and also urge my fellow members to also further approve this sessional paper number 3 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, this has been an eventful afternoon. It's been an afternoon where we have gotten all manner of accounts on this very issue. Mr. Speaker, we have gotten some medical accounts from some very able members of parliament, some of who are medical doctors, others who have a background in activism on issues to do with the women and girls of this country. We've gotten some very good cultural accounts, Mr. Speaker, some which are for and some which are against. And interesting of them most is a cultural account that we are getting from the Kamba people, who are telling us instead of cutting, they have decided to actually enhance for the pleasure of the female gender, because if the men are enjoying this act, even the female ought to be enjoying. Mr. Speaker, we have also gotten some very historical accounts. Historical accounts of a patriarchal community. Patriarchal communities that want to lord over their women, and unjustly so, Mr. Speaker. We have also gotten some spiritual accounts, and most importantly, we have had some very moving personal accounts this afternoon. And so, Mr. Speaker, it would be, in order for me not to go back to where we have been taken through the whole of this afternoon, and just start charting a new path, Mr. Speaker. And the new path that we should be looking at, Mr. Speaker, is the path to 0 cases of female genital mutilation in this country. And the path to 0, Mr. Speaker, can be informed by models that exist. The models that I'm talking about are models that have been tried and tested, and they are models of behavior change, Mr. Speaker. If this is a habit, if this is a cultural practice, if this is a behavior that has been taken up by cultures in this country, then there must be an existing model on how to change behavior of people from where they are to where they can go. Mr. Speaker, I want to offer one model as a model that we can borrow from. When the colonialists came to this country, they had religion that they wanted to impart upon our people. Most of them were Christians, Mr. Speaker. And for them to make this country a Christian nation, they adopted a model that was very effective. What they did is that they decided that the older people of the society will die through natural attrition, Mr. Speaker. So they did not even seek to teach the older people about the new religion that they were offering the African. What they did is that they opened Sunday schools. And it is in this Sunday school that indoctrination used to happen. And in a very short time, in fact, less than a generation, a whole continent had been converted into Christianity. Mr. Speaker, if we are taking a path towards 0 cases of genital female mutilation, I believe that we can draw a line and say that after drawing this line, we shall have a story told of a time when we were talking of female genital mutilation, and a time after this line was drawn, Mr. Speaker. And behavior change communication and behavior change imparting, Mr. Speaker, can be effectively done for our people. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that a path that was taken for the elimination of diseases like polio and the reduction of numbers of people getting infected with HIV is a path that can be taken by organs like the Female Genital Mutilation Board, and they could drastically change the trajectory of how this practice is being undertaken in this country. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that if we supported this report and actually further went on to push for the adoption of this sessional paper number 3 of 2019, we shall be moving towards that direction. Mr. Speaker, it's been an honor to contribute to this report, and I thank you.
Shall we have Honorable Sosion Wilson?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this sessional paper number 3 of 2019 on female genital mutilation. Honorable Speaker, there is no doubt that the nation and this House agrees. Female genital mutilation is not only an abuse of our girls, but also is a health hazard. It is an outdated practice that should not be practiced in the 21st century. Honorable Speaker, looking at statistics, and I think we should be more focused. Yes, we have an anti-FGM act, but how far and how much has it served this country so that we don't keep debating the same matter every now and again? The sessional paper seeks to focus more in targeting areas of activities of the FGM. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the statistics in this country vis-a-vis the existence of the law, the Somali community, the 94% of their girls are subjected to FGM. And these are UN data. And some Somali community is part of the Kenyan community. And these vices go on against the background of the existence of a law. Samburu community, 86%. Kisii community, 84%. Maasai community, 78% of the girls. I have not seen the Kalenjin here, and I can confirm it goes on. Honorable Speaker, last weekend I walked into a village where 50 married women have deserted their marital homes to go for circumcision and surrendered their children to their grandmothers. This is a practice that is real, it goes on. And unless we not only speak to it, but engage in focus activities, we'll keep talking about this. Honorable Speaker, in terms of education, it has been the biggest hindrance of advancement of girls in the education sector. Other statistics here indicate that even at the Teachers Service Commission, women in leadership, that is the heads and principal, their number is at 27%. 74% are men. And therefore, the damage to girls at an early age has got a lot of effect in terms of advancement in their later stages in life. Even in this House, it is one of the hindrances of granting women in competitive politics, in the economy, in finding their space. Honorable Speaker, there are, of course, other data. There is a lot of connection with FGM and underage mothers. Data also, UNESCO data, indicates that in some of these communities, in fact, majority of the young mothers underage are connected with female genital mutilation. Honorable Speaker, it is now time we move from words to action. We've listened to testimonies. We cannot allow our girls anymore to be victims of archaic cultural practices that have been rendered irrelevant and illegal by our legal systems. Honorable Speaker, this sessional paper focus as one item of resolving this cultural practice, because dealing with a cultural complex is not easy, and that one of education. I would like to propose that in these targeted regions that have been mapped, where data is very clear, education against FGM should be strengthened. There is nothing wrong with focusing on the chiefs. There is nothing wrong with focusing on the political leadership. There is nothing wrong with focusing on everyone, because education is the biggest tool of causing change and curing social vices in the society. We did it with HIV/AIDS. HIV/AIDS globally has been reversed because of education. And believe me, COVID, it will be education that will change it. The same with FGM. This session of paper is timely, and it will not make sense to pass it in this very house and it is not implemented.
Before I give to member for Marsabit, Majority Leader takes priority for that.
I'll take better. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the session of paper number 3 of 2019 on national policy for the eradication of FGM, and really commend the Committee of Labor and Social Welfare for this good report. And most importantly, as you see, this policy paper was brought in this House in 2019, but it has taken the courage of the change of leadership in our committee to actually be brave enough to bring it here, because we know there are situations, there are some people who don't want to talk about some of these issues. And that is where the problem in this country lies. We have a beautiful paper, we have laws, we know what's supposed to be done, but because leaders are shy to actually talk about it, by not talking about it, they give the impression to the public that perhaps it's okay. And you will see that when you look at the areas where there's a higher prevalence of this FGM and other undesirable practices, it's a silence of the leadership in those areas that seems to encourage indirectly the prevalence. I'm also very happy that members have talked openly, which is very different from when we had a similar situation in 2011, when we were working on the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act of 2011. And I know I was in this House. And as members, when we say we're introducing that act, you could see members going out almost calling for lack of quorum to defeat the act, and people were saying, now you people are bringing something like this, and we are just about to get to an election, we are going to lose in our areas, and it actually took the men folk in the House, and Honorable Sophia Abdi being so emotional, Honorable Millie Odhiambo supporting, for men to see that we needed to pass this act, because it was required by the new constitution. But people still did not want to take it. Yet, within the constitution, we had said we are going to eradicate all these issues. Now, ordinarily, a session of paper should come before the act. But we had the act that came in. It was followed by the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act in 2015. But we know for sure that despite the 2011 Act and the 2015 Domestic Violence Act, the practice has been prevalent, because there are some of these things that require more than just a law. And that's why when people believe you cannot criminalize culture, but you can eliminate it through education, through getting as many stakeholders, a critical mass of stakeholders, to talk about it. Because, yes, we have a law, but if you're not going to get witnesses to come and appear and give evidence in court in terms of who did it, then you have a law, but it becomes very difficult to implement. So part of the rationale for then having this policy is to help to play catch up with the law and help at least in sensitizing the people on the evils associated with this practice, so that even when measures are being taken, administrative measures, even when you're now trying to look for who will come and give evidence that in fact FGM has taken place in a certain area, because we see all those arrests. But I think the frustration that has been within the legal enforcement has been the grandmothers who have encouraged are unlikely to appear to give evidence to say they are the ones who actually took the kids. The so-called surgeons, the traditional surgeons who cause all these issues are unlikely to come up and give evidence that they actually did it or who actually forced them to do it. So the policy then seeks to change direction and to a paradigm shift. Let's not just focus on the law, but also let's focus on getting the people to understand, because certainly it can't be that in this day and age that 94% of Somali girls are being subjected to these uncouth situations. And it's not exactly to do with education levels. If you go to Kisii, Kisii is not an illiterate community. But with 84% of the girls being subjected, it tells you that it's more embedded in the culture rather than the illiteracy levels. There's no correlation between the literacy levels and the prevalence. And even with Maasai country at 78, the Samburu at 86, and I'm sure if you bring these statistics, you'll be able to see it, that even in communities that are expected, some are even highly religious, but it's still being practiced because of some of those cultural things. So in terms of this policy, and why I like it, it's obviously now recognizing that, yes, we are not going to fight this issue through laws. So let's get a multi-sector approach. Let's get more players in it. I know people talked about the chiefs. They are perhaps not the best people to do it, but they represent government. But the chiefs cannot do it alone. The Nyumba Kumi will not do it alone. It requires each and every person to actually do it, including what Honorable Sosion says, inclusion of the same within the school curriculum, and I'm sure within the new competence-based curriculum. These are some of the issues that are being, so that kids can start even looking at their sexuality, looking at their own personality, and avoiding being harassed or agitating, that they must follow what their grandmothers went through because they will not be empowered. So the policy recognizes, obviously, the impact that this FGM has on gender inequality. And I believe when women get empowered, even these issues we've been talking about gender top-up, because you also see in the communities where it's so prevalent, even getting women leaders, even at all levels, is a problem. It's a tool to suppress them, so they never get to aspire to be at par with the men, and they will always be taken to play second fiddle. When we eliminate some of these cultural practices, at least we are going to get even the parity that we are looking at, both be it at the elected positions and even at the workplace. It's also important to note that Kenya has also ratified a number of international legal instruments that talk to all these violations of human rights. And if you look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, the International Covenant on Economic and Social Cultural Rights, again, 1966, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1979, Convention against torture, another cruel, unhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, 1984, and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989. So all this, it's not like we are starting from zero. All these have been there, have been ratified, are part of the Kenyan law, but the whole world is laughing at us. That with all this already ratified and codified within our laws, we still have 94% of our population being subjected to torture against those international conventions. Honorable Speaker, you know, our own Article 44, 3 of the Constitution bars any person from compelling another person to perform, observe, or undergo any cultural practice or rites. Now, if you look at FGM, for those the proponents of it, they say these are cultural rites that we have done for all these years, and everyone must be subjected to it. But Article 44 bars anyone from forcing somebody or compelling somebody to undergo some cultural rite. Article 53D, the Speaker, specifically states that children should not be subjected to harmful cultural practices, inhuman and degrading treatment. 55D requires the state to take measures, including affirmative action program, to ensure the youth are protected from harmful cultural practices and exploitation. And I believe this is the basis or the formulation of this policy. So that in addition to the laws that were anchored to give effect to Article 44, Article 53, Article 55 of the Constitution, and to revise what was already there, is now let's get the policy that now brings in other stakeholders beyond the legal framework, which is now the other program. So we believe, Honorable Speaker, that the implementation of this policy will obviously bring this multi-sectoral approach. We'll bring both state, non-state actors, and that the ministry that is responsible for gender affairs, and indeed the Gender Commission, working together with the FGM board, plus the county governments, the county assemblies, the Maendeleo Wanawake organization, Maendeleo Wanaume organization, and all these people who have something to do and say about protection of the girl child, will be working together to implement this policy and help in its revision and any revision that we require within our laws to at least ensure that we can eliminate this in line with our sustainable development goals, where we are basically saying nobody should be left behind. And there's no way we can say we are looking for development and living 94% of the Somali girls, 86% of the Saburu girls, 78% of the Maasai girls, 84% of the Kisii girls being left behind, subjected to inhuman, cruel treatment while the rest of the world moves on. With those words, Honorable Speaker, I support.
I'd mentioned the member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Female genital mutilation is being practiced by a lot of cultures in our country. This harmful practice affects women in many different ways. It leads to infection, severe bleeding, problem urinating, childbirth complication, and increased risk of newborn deaths. This practice should be completely abolished because there is zero benefit to it. My request to my fellow women, let what you have passed through, you must make sure that what you have passed through in regard to FGM, your children or a girl child will not pass through it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I support the motion.
Member for Marsabit, that's a very powerful message to the members and to the world. Yes, let's have Honorable Opondo.
Speaker,
I'm a Christian, and the Bible tells me that when God created man, he never declared Sabbath. But when he created woman, he looked down and she was beautiful. And he declared the following day to be a day of rest. No creation was done again. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very strange that being predominantly Christians, I know also we have our Muslim brothers, we are this late in the day still talking about female genital mutilation. As Speaker, I've listened here, and most of the times I became emotional, listening to colleagues in this parliament talking about their experiences around female genital mutilation. As Speaker, I've listened to medical practitioners, and the medical ill effects of female genital mutilation have been so explicitly put. As Speaker, what I hear from all members saying is that there is no benefit at all to be derived from female genital mutilation. It is something that, Mr. Speaker, is outrightly repugnant. And Mr. Speaker, while seated here, I was looking at the Constitution, and I'm reminded of Article 2 of the Constitution, which declares any culture which is repugnant or inconsistent with the Constitution to be void and invalid. We have that law, but we still engage in female genital mutilation. Now, Speaker, I've looked at Article 53 of the Constitution. And in sub-Article 1D, it says that every child has the right to protection from harmful cultural practices or any inhuman or violent, treatment. Now, Speaker, we have laws on robbery with violence. And Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer of good standing. You know how simple we define a law on robbery with violence or attempted robbery with violence. Just approach me with a knife. If I have any coin, you will be convicted of robbery with violence. How can it be that you approach a girl with a knife to take a part of her body, and the deterrence measures we have in the law, the criminal law we have created around FGM, cannot deter anybody? Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting that now that we are approving the cession of paper, and let me say that this we are approving will not be ashamed like the previous parliaments, because we now know the dangers of it. Now that we are approving it, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting the committee to sit together with lawyers and other human rights people in children matters like Honorable Millie Odhiambo, that we can review this law in terms of having a punishment regime that can deter people. As Speaker, we need to firm up enforcement. And Mr. Speaker, time has come for us to look at the Ngaos and how they are assisting. In the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, we are thinking of how we can institutionalize the Nyumba Kumi, the village elders down there, so that we have a punishment regime and we can have a law making it criminal by act of omission to permit such things to be happening in the area of your jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we need to review the law and we go that direction. Mr. Speaker, we may talk, but something worries me. If you go to Kisii, I can tell you the most beautiful ladies are found in Kisii. But Mr. Speaker, still, I was a classmate to a Kisii lady. He was telling me that despite the law, despite her age, she has to steal away to get mutilated. Mr. Speaker, there is no benefit in this thing. I'm from a community, Mr. Speaker, which no longer cuts any part of the body. I think simply because, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Bible was set in a desert. Jesus was essentially from those Arabian countries. As an Nilot, I was living by the river, so I'm always clean. I don't need even to circumcise. But, Mr. Speaker, let us stop anything that hurts the human body, because God did it, and it was complete. What I'm thinking about, Mr. Speaker, is that we must up political goodwill around this matter. And I've listened to the members saying that in the previous parliament, most of the 10th parliament, they were saying, if I move this thing, I will lose votes. Mr. Speaker, we sat this house in the last parliament when we were passing the new Marriage Act. And I remember sitting next to a colleague who was from the Muslim community, who went crying literally, saying that you people are saying we cannot marry a girl who is below 18 years and have a scheduled marriage in Christmas this December. I'm taking dowry. I mean, how silly can you be as a leader? Who are you leading? We are at a time, may I speak, among the things the nation is mulling about is how we can review our constitution to achieve gender parity. How are you achieving gender parity when you are hurting the girl child? When we have these retrogressive cultures which are hindering the normal growth and development of a girl somewhere outside there. Mr. Speaker, what we have listened here today is that we cannot sit back again. Let this not be a discussion which is just entertaining the nation somewhere there. As I've requested, Mr. Speaker, let us put our foot forward. Let us encourage the ladies out there. Honorable Peris Tobiko, the ladies being told you will not be married if you don't undergo this mutilation in Maasai land. Let us tell them to go to other cultures who appreciate them. And we are being told here today that some cultures are pushing girls to be mutilated, yet the men from that culture are hiding and rushing for girls who are not circumcised elsewhere. It is the negative, cultural socialization we have in this country. I've heard people say, Mr. Speaker, why don't some people circumcise in Kenya? But why do I circumcise when I live by the lake? Why should I circumcise when I'm in Nairobi, I'm in my room with water flowing? Let us now look at the negative effects of this thing. And now that the whole society agrees it is a bad thing, let us up it to law and enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support. Mr. Speaker, I come from Narok County, an area where it's considered to be very notorious with FGM. Mr. Speaker, I also come from a constituency which is a little bit educated on matters of anti-FGM to the extent that we have scaled down the percentage of girls who are still undergoing the FGM to almost 2%. Mr. Speaker, most of the people who practice this particular act, they tell you there are good things and there are bad things. But in whole, Mr. Speaker, I believe what this FGM does to our daughters, what this FGM does to our sisters, has no comparative effect to the good things that some of the people believe is having. Mr. Speaker, there is something which I think we also need to address ourselves to. Mr. Speaker, we may have law that prevents women or young girls from being cut. But some of these people have introduced another mode, which, Mr. Speaker, is very hard even to curb, even for the chiefs and assistant chiefs to deal with. Mr. Speaker, nowadays people get married, and women who are married go and practice it in their homes, in their houses. And Mr. Speaker, even those people who would want to arrest these women who have been circumcised, when they arrive at the homes where these people are, they pretend to be cooking and doing some other stuff. It becomes hard to know whether they are circumcised or not. So there must be a formula, Mr. Speaker, where we can deal with it, and so that we can manage to curb it. Mr. Speaker, my Deputy Speaker actually commented or touched on something which I believe we should also enhance in law. When you look at the percentage of those girls who get lost or who drop out of school because of FGM, vis-a-vis the percentage of girls who drop out of schools because of early pregnancies and early marriages, Mr. Speaker, I think the act of early marriages is actually overtaking the act of FGM. And Mr. Speaker, this is destroying our girls completely. Because when you look at the percentage of those girls who have been or have undergone the cut, vis-a-vis those who have got pregnant at an early stage, Mr. Speaker, most of those ones who get pregnant at an early stage, Mr. Speaker, get lost, and they disappear, and they lose their education, they lose everything, not even marriages, nothing. Mr. Speaker, I think also on the same breath, while we are forming this authority should also look at how do we curb early pregnancies? How do we deal with early pregnancies? I remember, Mr. Speaker, when there was an analysis which was done, and I was wishing that most of the members, especially who come from Narok County, will look at this matter comprehensively. When an analysis was brought on how many girls drop out of school, Narok County was leading in the whole country. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, my constituency and those ones that neighbor me, that is Kilgore's constituency, were leading in Narok County on girl dropout. And the reason being early pregnancies. Mr. Speaker, I wish the breath we use in addressing the question of FGM, we also use the same breath in addressing the question of early pregnancies. Because the pregnancies that these girls, the pregnancies which happen in these particular areas, Mr. Speaker, are caused by the same people who also cause FGM. Men who want to marry girls. Men who cheat that they want to marry girls. Mr. Speaker, I'm one of a few people, members of parliament from Narok County, who took it upon myself to educate people against FGM. And I've told them there's a difference between votes and our girls. Let us educate our people to leave FGM, regardless of the circumstances we are in. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if all of us were to take up this matter, we will finish this idea of FGM, and at the same time, we will clear out the issue of early pregnancies. Early pregnancies, Mr. Speaker, is destroying our society at a faster rate than even anything else. Mr. Speaker, I wish we could have an opportunity also to address that particular issue. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity.
We shall have Honorable Uyai Amisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me time to add my voice to an already unanimous support to this report. And Mr. Speaker, female genital mutilation is a primitive, ancient, archaic and barbaric practice that we should all condemn. And I'm happy all the speakers before me have unanimously condemned this act. And I don't believe even the people who practice knew the importance of that specific part of the body. Because in the fauna and the flora, the world of fauna and flora, animals and plants, God created different ways of reproduction. And for a man, reproduction was sexual. And therefore, that important organ is what was created to enable a man reproduce. So any person who was cutting, mutilating it, either he does not know the pleasure from that specific clitoris or he doesn't know how to touch it. Maybe if they knew, they would have not attempted to do that. And Mr. Speaker, this is not far away from, in the man's context, it's not far away from cutting your balls. It's the same thing. Mutilating a body, if reproduction was supposed to be cut by fragmentation, as it happens to other animals, then probably a finger from your body could reproduce into an offspring. That's what happens in other plants. But for a man, it was specifically sexual. That is how we reproduce, and that's how we populate the world. So there is no value, there is no reason. This was a disaster, and like any other tradition, this is not identical. There are so many traditions, cultural practices that we must do away with. And this thing has come at the right time. We are holding this discourse at a time when Kenya is playing in the League of UN Security Council. We are showing the world that we are ready to get rid of these retrogressive practices. And at this time, Kenya is showing the world, as we play at the international arena, we are actually showing by legislating that we are ready to progress with the rest of the world. So I want to thank especially the chairman, who has been very active, very focused, very determined gentleman, for this initiative to make sure that we get rid of female genital mutilation once and for all. I thank you and I support.
Let's hear from that far end. Honorable Bogo Menza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a word about the eradication of FGM as proposed by Sessional Paper number 3 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, I think the statistics that have been shared here by the leader of majority and other speakers, they speak for themselves. 94% of the Somali women, they have gone through the knife. This is a serious matter, Mr. Speaker. But we need to ask ourselves, who are the victims in this case? The victims are women. But who propagates this victimization is the men. Because it's the women or the family, the mother of the family delivers, takes the baby or the girls to the quack surgeons, but with the full blessing of the father of the house. So there is need, and a serious one, that we need to carry out a serious civic education and sensitization, not only to the girls, but to the men themselves, because we are the ones who are propagating this horrifying act to these young women and ladies. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully support what the chair of the Labour Committee has done and his team. They have been very focused. They have dedicated their time, and they've come up with a very good policy which needs to be fully supported. But my disappointing part is, Mr. Speaker, if I got the chair correctly, there is 1.5 billion that has been allocated to the anti-FGM body. But so far, only 100 million has been dispersed. How can we be able to achieve the objective if the funds are not flowing? How? We need to fight it like the way we fought the HIV and AIDS. I think the speakers before me, they made it very clear. This country was so much focused when HIV and AIDS was a big pandemic in this country. And we spoke it freely. Everywhere you go, in schools, in churches, in mosques, wherever you go, in offices, we were speaking about freely and openly and candidly. And we were there to support one another. FGM needs to be given the same approach so that we can be able to win this war. Without it, Mr. Speaker, it will just be talk, but we will never walk the talk. So it is up to us as leaders, and especially the men leadership. The women that have done their part. We've had experiences here. We've had from Honorable Millie, we've had from the medical doctors. They have shared with us the negative impacts about the FGM. But it is us, the men now, who needs to come out clearly and openly and support the FGM. Otherwise, if we leave it to the women, they have done their part. But it is now up to us. And I think I had Honorable Macau here discussing about the pleasures and what have you. And I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that organ, which Millie and other speakers mention it, a woman who has gone through the knife, it is very difficult to satisfy her. Because that is the most sensitive part of the body. And it is chopped away. You will work, and you will work, and you will sweat, but you will never satisfy that woman. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. And we men, because you see, we marry these women. But if there's no pleasure, if you cannot satisfy this woman, then eventually you think that you are the problem, or the woman is a problem. But in actual sense, we are the ones who are propagating this horrendous act, and it needs to come to an end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I fully support it.
I could tell Majority Leader was wondering where the sweat is coming from. But well said, well said. Honorable Mwirigi.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nasimama kuunga mkono ripoti hii kwa sababu madhara ni mengi yale ambayo yameangaziwa mahala hapa, wakati ambapo msichana ama mtoto wa kike anapitia hali hii ya ukeketaji. Bwana Spika, katika hali hii tumeyasikia kwamba mtu wakati ambapo anakeketwa ama wakati anapitia haya uvuja damu nyingi ambayo inapelekea pia hali mbaya ya afya, na pia wakati ambapo mtu hako mjamzito saa zingine wakati ambapo mtu ni mjamzito, wakati mwingine huwa anapata mtoto kabla ya ule wakati ambapo anafaa kupata mtoto. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri wakati ambapo sheria hii tunaitengeneza hapa, ni vizuri serikali itilie ile jambo maanani sana na kuharamisha tendo hili, na yule ambaye anatekeleza tendo hili, Bwana Spika, aweze kuchukuliwa hatua kali, sababu wakati ambapo tendo hili linamfanyikia yule mtoto wa kike, sasa masomo yake sana sana katika shule, ni wengi ambao kuacha shule sababu ya jambo hili. Na pia wakati ambapo unapitia mahali unasikia watu wakizungumza, wakati mwingine unakosa raha ama anakosa raha ya kukaa na wale wengine sababu ya yale ambayo anasikia wakisema. Anaona ni kama ya kwamba kuna watu ambao wanamuonea pale. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri katika zile jamii ambazo pia wakati huu wanaendelea kutekeleza mambo ama jambo hili, sababu kwingine ni tamaduni, ni vizuri pia Wizara ya Jinsia ichukue nafasi hii kuelimisha zile jamii ili waweze kuyashika na kujua ya kwamba wakati ambapo unatekeleza jambo hili ama tendo hili, yule ambaye unafanyia kitu hiki anaweza kuumia sana. Sababu madaktari ambao wako hapa tumesikia wakisema ya kwamba wakati wa hedhi, ile damu ambayo yule msichana anafaa kuivunja wakati ule, Bwana Spika, saa zingine inarudi ndani ya tumbo, ile ambayo saa zingine inaharibu nyumba ya mtoto. Na kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo tunafaa kulichukulia maanani sana, ili wakati ambapo tendo kama hili linafanyika kule mashinani, kule ambako tumetoka, kule ambako serikali saa zingine ufikiria ya kwamba hakuna watu ambao wanafika kule, ni vizuri pia wakati ambapo tuko na machifu wale ambao wanaongoza kule vijijini, pia wao tuikwe jukumu hili ili waweze kutekeleza wajibu wao kuhakikisha ya kwamba ukeketaji umeweza kukomezwa. Sababu Bwana Spika, ni vibaya sana wakati ambapo umeolewa uko bibi wa mtu, na alafu wakati wa kupata mtoto njia ya kumpata yule mtoto iwe imefungika. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo linafaa kuchukuliwa kwa uzito sana, na ile jambo ama hii sheria wakati ambapo tunaipitisha hapa, kusiwe tu ni kupitisha tu, lakini hii ripoti inafaa itekelezwe, ianze kufanya kazi, ili yule ambaye anafanya jambo hili ama yule ambaye anatekeleza ile jambo la ukeketaji, Bwana Spika, achukuliwe hatua kali. Sababu sio vyema kuangalia wasichana wakati ambapo wanafanyiwa tendo hili, tendo la kinyama. Kwa hayo machache, Bwana Spika, naomba kuunga. Asante.
Honorable Adagala Kahai, member for Vihiga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want also to support this motion, sessional paper 3 of 2019, concerning female genital mutilation. Mutilation in itself, as my colleagues have put it, is a very bad term. When you mutilate somebody, this one means that you have really destroyed that person And it is very sad. We've heard from the horse's mouth the people from those areas that undergo such. I may not be in a position to know the experience, but from the description and from the way it is being talked, it seems these girls and women are passing through a terrible situation that does not warrant people to go through such. Mr. Speaker, I would say it's very sad if they use crude weapons to scoop part of the women's genital parts. That is actually very cruel, and the way one of the senior lawyers, member of the parliament, has talked, I think that one is a crime that can be punished, and if people are found to be flouting such, it's indeed sad. I'm shocked to learn that the girls or the women are shown their private parts are stitched. This makes them not to go for menstrual period in a good manner. It makes them have some of the blood goes back to the uterus, which causes a lot of things, and thus can be the cause of several cancer cases that you are experiencing in women. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this kind of genital mutilation should be stopped, because in the men, I don't know whether they also scoop all their whatever during circumcision, but some of the cultures we have, as much as we are promoting culture, some of these cultures should be stopped and must be done away with to save, and especially the women. It is sad, Mr. Speaker, to hear what these women from the other side, what they undergo. I've actually felt it, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think this genital mutilation exercise should stop. The way one person has said here, it should be a national disaster. That one should be handled with as fast as it's needed. And this committee have done a very good job, and I hope it has to be implemented with the necessary agencies so that anybody found mutilating the private parts of a woman must face the law, must be jailed. You cannot subject young girls, Mr. Speaker, sir, to this kind of humiliating experience. Now, these women are suffering at that time of the time they are mutilating their organs. Now, when it will come also to giving birth, the same scenario. This is actually uncalled for in this century. In this time we are living, this is uncalled for. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to support this motion, and it should be worked on as fast as possible to stop these women from enjoying their natural rights, because this is a right that a woman should enjoy, and it is very sad to learn and to hear from the horse's mouth that they are suffering without bitterness. Those women in those areas who are being threatened that they will not be married, I wish to tell them to come to Vihiga. I have a number of boys who can marry them if they are being threatened to be circumcised so that they get married. Vihiga, they are there. Welcome to Western. We shall accommodate you, all those girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I support.
Honorable
Kigade.
Adagala, is that a public commitment? Now, Honorable Makau, I was to give you, you look like you have an intervention, but you are supposed to be next to speak to this. Or are you using an intervention to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had spoken to this, but Mr. Speaker...
Oh, you had. Well, Honorable Makau was top in the list. So, I may not know because I don't have the list, but he is kind enough. Honorable Makau, then you have spoken to this, so your chance is gone. Of course, if you have spoken, you can't speak again on that. Honor? Starting on, what is it? Order, Macau. If you have spoken on it, you cannot stand on that standing order. When you yourself have spoken, it will be a bit selfish. Honorable Macau, but nevertheless, actually, this motion is time bound, and not very many minutes are remaining. So let's give still a few members to speak to it. Very well. No question. Honorable Miremba Oboko.
Oh, thank you for getting this chance just before Honorable Macau wanted to close it. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this chance, and I want to congratulate the Chair of the Labour Committee for having brought this sessional paper number 3 of 2019, which is touching on a very important issue of FGM. Honorable Speaker, many people have spoken on this, and many expositions have been done in terms of knowledge and statistics. But I just want to speak on it in order to give hope that this is actually something that can end. And this comes from a historical perspective whereby there were very many cultural practices together with the other forms of practices that were practiced by the Africans. But along the way, they have either been shown the door through either Christianity, change of civilization, culture, and modernization. Honorable Speaker, I have in mind the many cultural practices that were done in Kenya, like the removal of teeth among the Luos, which was mentioned here. I want to mention for another cultural practice like the human sacrifice, which was among some of our tribes and which was eradicated. There was killing of twins, Honorable Speaker, as part of the cultural practice of the Africans, and Kenyans also involved, which has been done away with, and many others, including the cults and the belief in traditional medicine at the expense of people dying, which today have been actually mitigated using laws such that they are actually dying. Therefore, I want to speak to the communities that are practicing this, both among the Samburu, among the Maasais, and other communities mentioned more, so the Somali, that this is actually a cultural practice that can actually end. And this will involve the leadership there and the education in those particular areas coming up to defeat FGM, because it's not a good cultural practice. But more closely, Honorable Speaker, is this same FGM among the Agikuyu community. I don't speak for them, but I know that they had it very strongly. For those of us who read the old books like The River Between, you will see that practice being flagged very loudly. But now when you speak to the Agikuyu community, you realize that it has died out, and therefore it's possible to actually kill this cultural practice. So the fact or the belief that this is a cultural belief which you cannot do away with is a fallacy in itself, Honorable Speaker, because it has been done away with in some communities, and it has worked and it can work, and this is the time for this cultural practice to be defeated. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that whereas statistics which we have been given show that over 200 million girls and women have undergone this practice, and more so broadly when you go continentally, it touches on Africa, Asia, and more so the Middle East. All the researchers have proved that, especially the UNICEF research, has proved that the defects of this cultural practice is actually four-flagged. That is health, it's a health hazard, it's a ecological hazard, it also has the early marriage item, and then it leads to fall out of education by the young ones who have undergone this practice. Honorable Speaker, the trends in Kenya is such that it begins with FGM among our girls, and then it moves to early marriage. And then from early marriage, it leads to fall out of school, and then it leads to continuous illiteracy in those particular areas. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, this is a cultural practice that needs to be defeated, and I want to stand to support its defeat, given that it's making most of the girls from those areas mentioned not to go to school, and therefore defeating the rights of the girl child and the women in this country. As I support, I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tobiko, I can tell from your face you have very strong feelings around this motion. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was going to be a crime if I don't speak on this one. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And Mr. Speaker, because I come from a community that really practices this tradition, and I want, and I'm hoping that a lot of my voters are listening and watching, Mr. Speaker, because I want to say in no uncertain terms, Mr. Speaker, that this is one of the cultural practices that must end, that should end, Mr. Speaker, like yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the female genital mutilation has denied our girls their right to a complete life, Mr. Speaker. It has denied our girls their right to education. It has denied our girls their right for self-actualization, Mr. Speaker, in all areas, Mr. Speaker. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, this FGM tradition has been used to subdue the women. It has been used to oppress them. It has been used, Mr. Speaker, to intimidate them, Mr. Speaker. I would say, Mr. Speaker, why the girls from a lot of the pastoralist communities are not participating fully in the economy or even in education, Mr. Speaker, or are not realizing their full potential, Mr. Speaker. It is because this one very harmful tradition has intimidated them. It has traumatized them, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would say, and I really don't care how many votes I lose because of speaking on this one, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I want my voters to get it categorically, that I do not support FGM, Mr. Speaker. It must stop. Mr. Speaker, it's a debate that I have participated in my entire life growing up, Mr. Speaker. One time when I was in high school, I went back on holidays home, and I told my younger sister that you should not go through this. And I hope she's watching me also. I told her, you should not go through this. And she told me, no, Paris, I must, you know? And so I went back to school, and she went through the process. Later on in life, because she's lucky to have also gotten some education now, and she's a powerful woman in this country today, she told me, Paris, I wish I listened to you. If I did, I will be complete today. And if I can meet the woman who took me through this, I will sue her. I know she's listening to me. She said she wants to sue. And so because I don't want the other girls growing up to regret, Mr. Speaker, I would say that we need to stop this. We need to take deterrent measures. And Mr. Speaker, any person in my constituency who will practice this, I will not defend them in any way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen, and I'm a mother of 3 girls, Mr. Speaker, whom I have protected dearly. And I have told them from the time they were very young that they must protect themselves and they must not allow anybody to touch them. And I'm happy today that I have some 3 girls who have not gone through it. But now my bigger duty, Mr. Speaker, is to protect my constituents, is to protect the other women in the pastoralist communities, that they must realize their full potential, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this thing is really, you know, when Honorable Macau wanted to stop, I felt, and you will forgive me, Honorable Macau, because this thing is so emotional to us. It is so dear to us, Mr. Speaker, and I was almost feeling like you are also trying to take away some of the rights that have been taken from us, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, sometimes you feel like the same intimidation, the same subjugation is what is going on even at this level, Mr. Speaker. I am happy that I'm one of the few who have found my voice. But how many have remained voiceless, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I arise to support, and that I would urge that all Kenyans really must save our girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to what honorable members have said and my sisters. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, we are not honest about the eradication of the FGM. Why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, the pastoralists who are in the rural areas deep down there, especially the nomads, are still doing the cutting. And so many girls are dying due to bleeding. Mr. Speaker, I know there are so many NGOs, briefcase NGOs, and government entities purporting to be advocating for this FGM. They are collecting money from organizations and the government, yet they are not doing the necessary things they are supposed to do, because deep inside the rural areas, we are nomads. The nomads still they are practicing, but big towns we have stopped. Who does that is a sinner. God, we believe that anybody who does, any parent who agree their children to be cut is a sinner. And he is going to sin against Allah. So what I want to urge is the government and the briefcase entities who are purporting should take the serious actions against the chiefs, the sub-chiefs, and elders, local elders, village elders, who are surrounding those people who are still practicing this. They should take action, they should jail them, and they should eradicate this completely, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when a girl is circumcised, they are traumatizing her physically and mentally. As it has been said before, actually, when the girls get even their period, it is very hard for them to do their menstruations because they feel pain. We used to get Panadols every time and then. And then when also they are delivering, the Somali women and the pastoralist women, they are cut. They go a lot of pain. They pass a lot of pain. And that actually is really, really bad. So I support this, and I want the government to take serious action against this cutting. Thank you. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there are quite a few other members who wanted to speak to this, but this item was time specific. It must end by a resolution of this House on or before 6. In the circumstances, honorable members, we shall have it closed at that and call the mover to reply. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me from the onset thank all members who have contributed, and all of them unanimously agreed that the motion as it is, the policy as it has come, the sessional paper number 3 of 2019, has good intentions for the women of Kenya, and that they unanimously support. Now, Honorable Speaker, it's not that we don't have legal framework to deal with FGM. It is there, it exists. Previously, we had the first sessional paper on abandonment of FGM. Then this has now come as an improvement of the same from 2010 to now, and this is eradication of FGM. But Honorable Speaker, what I find, and I think this conversation, we must now take it to the national level and persuade us that it is every institution, it is every sector that must pick up this conversation. The reason being that the laws as they exist have not been enforced. There is very poor enforcement. It is in this House, and I want to persuade us again, that we are supposed to enable the anti-FGM board to be able to move out there, to do civic education, to sensitize people. But again, it is in the same House that when they need 1.5 billion, we have given them 100 million. So that just little money for recurrent, but when we come here, we talk very passionately, like we have done, that we need to work on this as a national debate. So I want to persuade members, those who have spoken and those who haven't, that we need, when we are doing our budgeting, to remember that we have unanimously supported this motion. And the fact that we need money cannot be gainsaid. And when we have supplementary budgeting process, Honorable Speaker, we need then to appropriate money. Honorable Speaker, there is a point because people may not know that even the Constitution itself, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 itself, bars anybody from forcing another person to observe cultural behavior as a way of forcing them to follow what it is that they want them to do. And Article 44, and if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, 44.3, a person shall not compel another person to perform, observe, or undergo any cultural practice or rite. That read together with the anti-FGM law 2010 tells us that we have come from that age where this archaic, outdated practice must come to an end. So, Honorable Speaker, even as we talk about the passion to save our girls, which I really personally also associate with, we must also put in place checks and balances and also ensure that we have programs that support the anti-FGM. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to a conversation here regarding married women, and I got shocked. Just like every other Kenyan should get shocked that married women, some married women, in those communities that practice this cultural behavior, get married, and then while they are within their married homes, they undergo the same ritual. That in itself tells you that unless it is the men who are forcing them, it tells them that they need civic education. In fact, I dare suggest, Honorable Speaker, that this conversation should even be taken to schools and to be taught to our children. And even those who are in adult classrooms, to be taught the dangers of undergoing FGM. So that as a nation, we will look serious, we will look like we are focused, and that we really want to deal with this bad practice once and for all. So, Honorable Speaker, as I sit down, again, I want to thank members and remind us that we need budget.
You just pronounce yourself on this and replying.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, we need money to make this work. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Members, we shall not put the question on that. We shall do that at another time.
Use of the standard gauge railway.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Honorable Kosing, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move this very important motion. And Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on its inquiry into the use of standard gauge railway, SGR, laid on the table of the House, Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, September 22, 2020. Honorable Speaker, in moving this critical motion, the question then begs, what are we specifically asking the House to agree with us? And Honorable Speaker, my committee is asking the House to agree with us on a number of issues. What is it, Honorable Speaker? Number one, we're asking the House that to agree with us. And these, Honorable Speaker, are our recommendations in the report which we tabled. We're asking the House to agree with us, Honorable Speaker, that importers should have freedom of choice on the mode of transport to haul their goods from the port to the final destination without restriction from any government agency. Number two, Honorable Speaker, we're asking the House to agree with us that measures should be put in place for the full utilization of the Kenya Railway assets, where income accrued from all idle KRC land and assets should be channeled to Railway Development Fund, Honorable Speaker, to assist in raising revenue from payment of SGR loans. Number three, Honorable Speaker, we're asking the House to agree with us that as a revenue-raising measure, the government should consider adjustment to the Railway Development Levy, RDLF, to incentivize, Honorable Speaker, the users of SGR. So how would they do it? We are proposing, Honorable Speaker, that in so doing, importers who choose to hold their goods using the SGR can pay a preferential RDLF of 1.5%, Honorable Speaker, instead of 2% of the value of the goods they import. And of course, the reason, Honorable Speaker, is that this RDLF is supposed to promote SGR anyway. So if you are using SGR, then you should be incentivized so that then you can use SGR. And we made a calculation, Honorable Speaker, that the more you use SGR, the more you save a lot of money in terms of that 0.5%. But again, also, the more SGR gets a lot of money in terms of transport, Honorable Speaker. So there's some symbiosis relationship. So we're asking the House, Honorable Speaker, to agree with us. We also went further to suggest, Honorable Speaker, that importers who choose to use the road transport will attract an additional surcharge, Honorable Speaker, of 0.3%. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, that if you are still using the road, then instead of paying 2% to the RDLF, you will now pay 2.3% if the House agrees with us, Honorable Speaker. So that at least, because you're putting a lot of, weight on the road, so you should be punished for putting a lot of weight on the road. And yet we have given you SGR. And Honorable Speaker, we're asking the House to agree with us. Number four, we are also saying, Honorable Speaker, that to encourage the use of SGR, increase competitiveness, Honorable Speaker, in the sector, and promote stopover economy along the railway line, the government, Honorable Speaker, should set up upon an undiscriminatory policy, Honorable Speaker, that will not discriminate any user of SGR or any transport, Honorable Speaker. Then that way, there will be a lot of symbiosis relationship between the transporters and also SGR. Honorable Speaker, we are also asking the House to agree with us that for the purposes of last mile connectivity, the government should allow private investors, where possible, Honorable Speaker, to extend the railway line in their respective, to their respective yards at their own cost. Because, Honorable Speaker, as I go in, you'll find that that's one of the biggest problems, last mile and fast mile. Honorable Speaker, we are also asking, number 6, the House to agree with us that on clearance of cargo, importers should have the freedom to nominate a licensed container freight service company, Honorable Speaker, for their purpose of clearing their items. There's no need to force anybody, Honorable Speaker. Number 7, that we are asking the House to agree with that the government should initiate the process of recognizing or renegotiating, Honorable Speaker. The House should agree with us that the government, we are encouraging the government or urging the government to renegotiate the loan. Maybe if there's a problem or there was interest, that the government should negotiate this loan. Of course, using now the opportunities which are available, of course, the COVID-19, Honorable Speaker, that this should be appreciated, the impact and effect of COVID-19 should be appreciated even in the payment of the loan going forward, because nobody planned for this, Honorable Speaker. And finally, we are asking the House to agree with us that renegotiation of the current operational agreement should be fast-tracked. There is a negotiation, Honorable Speaker, of operational agreement. What is the operational agreement here? Operational agreement, Honorable Speaker, is somebody who actually operates or runs SGR. Government is not running directly. Maybe in future it will run, but at the moment it's run by a private entity. So that private entity signed an agreement with government earlier, and we found out that maybe that was a little bit expensive, and that was now costing. Why? Maybe that is why, or some of the reasons why maybe SGR is more expensive. And therefore we are urging the government, Honorable Speaker, to fast track that negotiation, because we as a committee had urged the government to renegotiate that operational agreement and cost. It was costing close to about 1 billion, Honorable Speaker, per month. And we are trying to, we told them they need to renegotiate that to about 600 million or 500 million, Honorable Speaker, per month. So that if the House then agrees with us, Honorable Speaker, then we will move to a different level. And what is that level, Honorable Speaker? The level of now bringing up amendments in terms of law, so that we can effect some of these proposals if this House and honorable colleagues agree with us. So, Honorable Speaker, then the question is, why did we go that direction? Because then I started with the requests or the recommendations. So why did we go that direction, Honorable Speaker? We went that direction because honorable members in this House, led by Honorable Abdul Samad, my colleague, Chairman PIC, raised several issues representing the people of the coast, and not really the coast, Honorable Speaker, but the entire country, you know. And they raised very critical issues. And some of these issues then surrounded around that the government is forcing people to use SGR, Honorable Speaker. And that was not felt as very good in terms of government then forcing people to use SGR. Why? Because SGR then is also a mode of transport like any other lorry or truck transporting goods from Mombasa to Nairobi. And then, Honorable Speaker, there was a lot of course, concerns from the public in the entire country, Honorable Speaker. And of course, some few demonstrations here and there. So what happened, Honorable Speaker, of course, from your chair, you ruled that this committee then does an inquiry so that we can be able to bring all these things, Honorable Speaker, together as a people. And in doing so, Honorable Speaker, when the House resolved that we do it, Honorable Speaker, then we asked ourselves the question, what do we need to address? Honorable Speaker, two things came to our mind as a committee. Number one is SGR is a national installation, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the protectors of that national installation then should be the people themselves, should be the leadership themselves, who are ourselves, Honorable Speaker. Because we cannot also hit and beat SGR, then who will protect SGR? It's supposed to be ourselves. Number two, we also found out that, Honorable Speaker, SGR as well should not also drive out its own children from making or getting money or making businesses. And therefore, SGR then should live in symbiosis relationship between itself as SGR, as a national installation, and the people it's serving. There should be some symbiosis relationship, Honorable Speaker, or what we may say, an equilibrium. So this committee was to find an equilibrium, Honorable Speaker. And some of the proposals we have given the House in terms of recommendation, Honorable Speaker, forms part of that equilibrium that we were trying to negotiate with all these people, Honorable Speaker. So we wrote outside to the public and to the main stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, to come and appear before us so that we can reason together, so that we can consult together, so that we can sit down together as a people, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank our colleagues from the coast, and to be very honest, and I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Abdul Samad, who also listened, and we were talking together almost on a daily basis. Of course, using Article 95 of the Constitution, they were representing interests of the people of Kenya. But we said, Honorable Speaker, rather than talking to each other, let's talk together as a people. So who did we meet, Honorable Speaker? With that question in mind, that we needed to find an equilibrium, a balance between the people and SGR, so that SGR then, Honorable Speaker, can live its own. SGR can sell itself. People can use SGR willingly without being forced, Honorable Speaker, and can sustain. Honorable Speaker, we met the following. Number one, we met the ministry. An entire ministry came before us, and we talked together. We had also Kenya Railway, Honorable Speaker, coming before the committee, and we reasoned together. It is important for them and for me to say this, Honorable Speaker, because it's a very critical matter for everybody to understand. Who then did we agree upon to come up with the recommendations which I have just given the House? We also met, Honorable Speaker, KPA, Kenya Ports Authority, appeared before us very critically. The coast parliamentarians came in large numbers, Honorable Speaker. We had a very good interaction with them for quite some days together, Honorable Speaker. We also met Kenya Private Alliance, that is KEPSA, appeared before the committee, and we negotiated together, we talked together in terms of finding a solution.
Yes, Honorable Kosing, you had You had 10 minutes, and the clerk should be quick to notify you. But I sense there is some part of that you haven't finished. You have 10 minutes by the resolution of this House. 10 minutes. But Honorable Kosing, I'll give you 2 minutes to sort of sum up.
That was not even 3 minutes.
It wasn't.
That wasn't even 3 minutes. I was also timing myself. There was a mistake.
Kosing. You have 2 minutes, and you are running it.
That was not even 3 minutes, Honorable Speaker. Okay, Honorable Speaker, having said that, therefore, what came out from the deliberation, Honorable Speaker, in terms of trying to identify the issues that were affecting SGR, we came up with 3 general observations. One, Honorable Speaker, is that SGR is not actually expensive after all. And it is very important to be said that it's not expensive. When you are transporting your cargo using SGR, compared with the truck, SGR is the cheapest, by about 10,000. We realize, Honorable Speaker, that if you're using SGR, you're paying about like $833. When you're using a truck, you will pay $926, which is about $92,000 and $83,000. So it wasn't expensive. But two, Honorable Speaker, we realized and made observation that the biggest problem was the last mile and first mile, particularly last mile, Honorable Speaker, that a customer or a user of SGR hauls his items to ICD in Nairobi. Then after that, you look for your own car. You look for your own truck to be able to take these goods to your warehouse or your factory or your store. And that brought a lot of problems, Honorable Speaker, and that is why it became very inconveniencing. SGR becomes then inconveniencing. We also realized, Honorable Speaker, that trucks normally take back the empty containers to Mombasa in the same payment, even if it was 92,000. But it was more convenient, or it is more convenient to use a lorry or a truck to bring all your products from Nairobi to your warehouse, because they will then take the empties to Mombasa, and therefore it was very easy. But if you're using SGR, then you bring SGR to Nairobi, from there and then you have to take back again. So it was and that was the biggest problem in this item of SGR, Honorable Speaker. So in so doing, Honorable Speaker, then we realized that if that's the problem, then SGR must address that issue of last mile. Very important. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we recommended as a committee that either you find a way that the SGR itself completes the journey and takes back the empty cargo to Mombasa, or allow these big importers to build a railway to their own facilities, Honorable Speaker, so that then we can be able to engage. And realizing that, Honorable Speaker, most of the people also said they are okay using SGR. That is the biggest inconvenience that we found out ourselves and made those recommendations, Honorable Speaker. This is a very weighty topic. It would have made me having more time, but because of other honorable members who want to make this contribution, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to say that let's protect our item, but our item should also protect our people. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, and ask Honorable Shadrach Mose to second.
Honorable Mose, and please note you have 5 minutes, and any other member has 5 minutes to speak to this. You'll get the mic in a minute. No, let him have his mic now that the chairman has used his. Can you use a central mic?
Honorable Speaker, I arise to second the report by the chairman, and I would wish to submit as follows, that first and foremost, Honorable Speaker, we realize that transport, as chairman has rightfully said, there is what we call freedom of choice for a transporter to transport his property from one destination to another. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the issue of SGR that was raised by our colleague Honorable Sabwan was a critical issue, and I can see my colleagues from the coast, many of them here. One, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that SGR is one of the flagship projects of Vision 2030 in this country. So much so that, Honorable Speaker, as we discuss about the SGR, as the members of the Transport Committee, we noted that that is one of the flagship projects of Vision 2030, and that actually was meant to enhance and increase the cargo throughout Mombasa and also to the inland depots in Nairobi and Naivasha. And the SGR, in essence, was actually meant to increase efficiency, predictability, reduce the issue of cost. And therefore, our discussion was centered on that aspect. So that at the end of the day, we are looking at SGR, which is a national flagship project that has been implemented at the cost that we also need to pay. The most critical, therefore, is how do we ensure that this flagship project, Vision 2030, continues without hurting the other form of transporters. And for SGR, therefore, to remain the choice of shippers, it's important to ensure that it's efficient, it's predictable, and at all times would address the issue of cost, and that the issue of cost should remain the focus of service delivery. And the government should deliver this SGR as a symbiotic multimodal transport system for sustainable economic growth. And this symbiotic model should not be a model, Mr. Speaker, that infringes on other modes of transport. And that's why we said, as an alternative, it should be given a chance to be competitive, just like the others. And the competitiveness should be in terms of the other modes of transport, like rail, road, which should be a complementary system to the SGR. Mr. Speaker, I can see if you can add me 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, what I am saying is that the transporters should have a freedom of choice in terms of the mode of transport to have their goods. Measures should also be put in place for the utilization of the Kenya Railway assets, which also complement. And as a revenue-raising measure, the government should consider adjustments to the railway development levy and other incentives that are in place.
You may second, because your space is gone, and I'm unable to add you 1 more minute because I'll have to add any other member who speaks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to conclude, we want to encourage SGR also to compete, to advertise, so that in this time and era of competition, it should be able to find its space in the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand to second.
Very well. You may freeze at the point you are. Don't move. Don't keep moving. Just freeze where you are, because we have to propose a question. Honorable members, I propose a question which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on its inquiry into the use of the standard gauge railway, SGR, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. The members, you can't put question on this one. Let's see. The first here is Honorable Mule Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my request to reserve my time because the report has just been tabled and we are struggling to find it on the software app in the chamber. And I would be lying to myself to speak on a report which I have not read. But if you indulge me, I will wish to speak later once I've gone through the entire report. Because it's a very serious report, Mr. Speaker, which touches on serious issues.
You know, now speaking to it, you lose an opportunity later on it. So let's have Honorable Mwinyi, member for Changamwe.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nasimama pia vile vile kuunga mapendekezo ambayo mwenyekiti wa kamati yetu ya transport ameleta mbele ya nyumba hii kuhusu ripoti ya matumizi ya SGR katika taifa letu hili la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, mapendekezo yale ambayo yamekuja mbele ya jumba hili ni kutokamana na hali ambayo ilitokea na mtafaruku uliopatikana baada ya serikali kushurutisha kwa kuwa makasha yote na mizigo yote ibebwe na SGR. Na katika mengi ambayo tumejifunza, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika mtafaruku huu ni kwamba serikali pamoja na raia wake wakifanya kazi pamoja, matatizo makubwa pia inaweza kusuluhishwa bila kuwa na vurugu. Pia vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, imetuonyesha pia vile vile ya kwamba ni vizuri kuwa na projects kubwa kama hii ambayo tuliona ya SGR. Lakini kabla haijatekelezwa, pengine watu washirikishwe, waweze kutoa maoni yao, ili inapokuwa inatekelezwa hii manake project iwe watu wote washaweka mawazo yao pamoja na wameweza pia vile vile kuondosha zile hofu ambazo zingeweza kuleta mtafaruku siku za baadaye. Na hii imeonekana wazi baada ya watu kutoa maoni, kukawa na masikizano. Jambo lingine pia, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba ripoti hii pia vile vile imeweza kuwafanya wabunge kufikiria kitaifa, kwa sababu haikupendeza kuwa yasemekana ati mambo haya yana affect cost peke yake, kwa sababu cost ni part of the nation. Sasa ikiwa tatizo la gusa sehemu moja, latakiwa liwe limegusa nchi nzima, kwa sababu sisi pia tunaitwa wabunge wa kitaifa. Na nilifurahishwa na kwamba ingawaje ilikuja polepole, lakini tulipata ile support, kwa sababu ilikuwa SGR ingeweza kuathiri sehemu kubwa sana ya nchi yetu ya Kenya, si cost peke yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia vile vile tuliona katika usafirishaji wa haya makasha, kama vile alivyoeleza mwenyekiti wetu, badala ya kasha limeletwa mpaka Nairobi, ilikuwa kuna wale ambao wanachukua hayo wakiaregesha port kule. Na kwa sababu ya kuzuia msongamano kule port, hao walikuwa wako na yadi zao wakiweka, na baadaye meli ikiwa tayari yachukuliwa, yapelekwa, yaingizwa ndani ya meli na yanabeba kupelekwa kule ambako yanaenda. Na unaona Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa kulikuwa kuna nafasi nyingi za kazi zatokea pia vile vile kutokamana na hali kama hii tunayoizungumzia. Sasa ilipokuwa sasa ni lazima SGR ibebe na baadaye iregeshe wao kwa mipango yao, sasa ikawa kila mtu anataka kufutwa kazi, kwa sababu hawezi kumlipa mfanyikazi ambaye hafanyi kazi na yeye hapati pesa pia vile vile. So nini tumejifunza hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba ni lazima tutumie hizi university zetu kufanya utafiti katika mambo yote ambayo tunataka kufanya kama nchi, na pia vile vile kila jambo ambalo lafanywa lihusishe raia kwa ukubwa, kwa upana, kwa sababu ni raia ndio watakaokuwa wataathirika ama watakaotumia services zile pia vile vile. Hapo ukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, SGR kweli imekuja, lakini angalia inakuja na beba watu inawaangusha wapi? Zile sehemu za, nikumbushe tafadhali, Syokimau. Tena mtu apate taxi aje paka, na ulimwengu mzima Mheshimiwa Spika, unaona train services inaishia wapi? Ndani ya mji. Mtu anachuka anaenda kwa miguu anaenda ofisini. Kwa hayo machache Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kuunga mkono mapendekezo haya, na naomba bunge zangu pia vile vile waunge mkono. Asante sana.
Honorable Makau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I must say that I'm supporting this report. This, Mr. Speaker, shows that this government is listening. And I think courtesy to the cooperation of Wiper and the Jubilee. Mr. Speaker, before, this government was not listening. And Mr. Speaker, you know, every Kenyan.
Order, Honorable Makau. Honorable Makau. There is a point of order from Honorable Kosing.
Honorable Speaker, is he in order to insinuate that when they are coming to join us, you believe that we were not working? We were working, Honorable Speaker, but he was not seeing. That was the problem. Now that he's in government, he's seeing that we are working, Honorable Speaker. And he's a good man. You know, he was a former mayor. But he must understand that we were working. He was not seeing.
Honorable Kosing, you use the back door to raise a point because it's not a point of order. But Honorable Makau, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the clerks will see that it's taken away my 1 minute. And you know, it was a compliment for him because you know, when I listened to the coastal members of parliament and the coast people in general, they really were mad with the government because of what had looked like a forced transport system. Mr. Speaker, every Kenyan wanted SGR. It is a noble idea, it was a noble development, it was a noble infrastructure that this country wanted. Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the Honorable Chair of PIC, Honorable Nazir and his colleagues in Coast, crying that their businesses have been affected and everything, myself too got affected because when you look at Mombasa Road, it spills and snails through the Ukambani region. Mr. Speaker, when I looked at all towns, Mutito Andei, Kibwezi, Makindu, Emali, Sultan Hamud, Salama, Chumvi, up to Mulolongo, they were badly affected because by the government insisting that transporters should use the SGR, it meant the death of these towns. So when I hear this, that the government has accepted the forces of a free market to take place, I'm very happy. Mr. Speaker, in very many nations where a government wants its infrastructure used, they give incentives. How I wish the SGR was charging less than 50%. Everybody will use it. Now, when I listen to this report, Mr. Speaker, the chairman has alluded that the government has accepted that there will be, they accept competition in this, and now those transporters, those businessmen who had bought trucks, Mr. Speaker, now are back. And now we are going to see real competition where the forces of demand and supply will apply, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a good thing. And I think I'll encourage even now the committee to go ahead. And I have heard members say, when you bring your cargo or even passengers, it is really inconveniencing, particularly this time of the expressway. Mr. Speaker, the jam which is on Mombasa-Nairobi Road, it is crazy. So from Syokimau railway station to town, you will take about 3 hours. And I agree with members. How about if we introduce a light rail from that SGR to town center? Mr. Speaker, that will even attract customers naturally. We don't have now to come there and start looking for transport to come to town. So, Mr. Speaker, I think indeed this report is timely, and it is also time for us as a parliament to put in our budget that a light rail is introduced from where the SGR, I know it's going to continue to Naivasha, but meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we mitigate on how to take care of the Mombasa-Nairobi highway jam. And Mr. Speaker, again, this now, I am sure the people on these towns who are already faced by a looming extinct, that now they are going to bounce back with life. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this report, and it's high time the SGR started competing with the private transporters. Thank you very much.
Honorable Rufo, order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this report. I support the report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we represent the interest of all Kenyans. So when Honorable Abdul Samad raised this issue, along with other coastal MPs, that the importers are forced to use SGR, and in the process, Kenyans at the port of Mombasa and various towns along Mombasa highway are losing jobs and livelihood, it touched us. Actually, I decided to stay on and contribute to this report, and if the recommendations could not have gone the way we wanted, I was ready to oppose it. But as it is now, it is good that the government has listened to the concerns of the stakeholders. The transporters, the importers are free to choose the mode of transport that they should use. And the report also states clearly that SGR and Kenya Railways should be ready to compete with others who are providing transport. And I'm sure that they will be forced now to provide incentive for the importers to go for SGR and not other alternative mode of transport. And that is the way to go. And I'm glad that because, you know, the transporters traverse through various counties, particularly those who are using the road, because the SGR doesn't stop, I think, anywhere. But those who are using the trailers, actually from the county of Mombasa, Taita Taveta, Makueni, Machakos, and then Nairobi. And along all this stretch of close to 500 kilometers, there are towns whose economies and the livelihood of people living therein depend largely on these transporters. And therefore, this report actually has restored the hopes of these people. Most of these towns have started becoming ghost towns. And I think in future, if government comes up with, something that, like SGR, they should consult people on how to entice them to appreciate and use a government service rather than giving directives on what mode of transport, for example, people should use, and so on and so forth. I'm glad that the report has also touched on idle assets of Kenya Railways. They are all over the Republic. They should be put to use, and the income from those should be actually used to develop the railway network further. Mr. Speaker, we also want SGR to be extended, not only in the direction of the lake, but also and beyond in the neighboring counties. But probably the government also in future should consider extending SGR through Mount Kenya to northern Kenya and other parts of the Republic, so that the economies of the north can also be opened up. We also have things to be imported, to be exported. We need easy access to Port of Mombasa and so on and so forth. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support adoption of this report. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mishi Boko.
Asante sana Bwana Spika, kwa sababu Waswahili wanasema bandu bandu umaliza gogo. Swala hili tulizungumzia kwa muda mrefu sana, haswa sisi wabunge wa kutoka sehemu ya Pwani. Na kila wakati tulipokuwa tukilizungumza lilikuwa linaleta tashwishi nyingi, na pia lilikuwa linaleta hamasa nyingi sana, haswa kule kwetu Pwani. Lakini nataka niseme kama serikali na Wakenya tumeangalia swala hili na tukaamua tuzungumze. Na kwa kuzungumza kwetu tumeweza kupata suluhu ambayo itakuwa imemwangalia Mkenya kule mashinani na pia imeangalia mikakati ya serikali. Ile Kiingereza tunasema symbiotic model, ambayo kila mmoja katika wale washikadau watakuwa wamefaulu na maamuzi haya ambayo yamewekwa na kamati ya uchukuzi. Nataka nishukuru sana ya kwamba hivi sasa matransporter ama wale ambao wako na shehena zao katika bandari ya kule Mombasa wataweza kutumia njia ambayo wameiona ni sawa kuweza kubeba makasha yao ama zile shehena za mizigo. Iwapo umependa kutumia SGR, utatumia SGR na utajua malipo yake ni gani. Na iwapo umeamua uchukuzi wa barabarani, utatumia uchukuzi wa barabarani na utajua malipo yake ni gani. Basi kukiwa na mipaka kama hiyo, ile migogoro na zile sitofahamu na zile kashfa na mambo mengi na siasa duni zote zitakuwa zimezikwa katika kaburi la sahau. Nataka nizungumzie pia jambo ambalo tumezungumza ya kwamba mtu atakuwa na uhuru wa kutafuta yule agent ambaye ako na license na anatambulika kwa njia zile za kisheria za kiserikali. Anaweza kukutolea mizigo yako katika bandari ya Pwani ama ile bandari ya Mombasa. Sio wakati ule wa nyuma ambao tulikuwa tunakuwa na kushurutishwa ama kuambiwa lazima njia iwe ino na kupitia mambo ya SGR na mambo mengi sana ambayo yalikuwa yamewekwa katika jambo kama hilo. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa iwapo mtu atakuwa na uhuru, utakuwa sasa una haja tena ya kuponda serikali ama ya kuzungumza jambo lolote baya kuhusiana na serikali. Mimi nataka niseme jambo hili limefungua maneno mengi sana, kwa sababu watu wamekuwa wakisema ya kwamba pengine SGR ililetwa ili iweze kufaidisha sehemu zingine na kuweza kuua uchumi wa sehemu nyingine. Ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Makau hapa amesema ya kwamba njia yote ya kutoka kule Mombasa hadi kufika Nairobi, si watu wa Pwani pekee, bali hata sehemu za Ukambani uchumi ulikuwa umedorora na ilikuwa ni shida sana. Kina mama wafanyi biashara zile ndogo ndogo katika hii barabara yote hiyo kubwa ama ile tunasema highway, wote waliweza kukaa majumbani na weza kukosa kupata at least kupata zile baraka ambazo walikuwa wanazipata katika biashara kama zile. Jambo kama hili ambalo sasa tumefanya maamuzi kupitia kamati ya uchukuzi ni jambo ambalo litaregesha ile ari ya hizi sehemu zetu ambazo zilikuwa zina mambo kama haya ama zile kitu tunasema issues of logistics ambazo zilikuwa zinahusiana na mambo ya bandari, kubeba mizigo na kupeleka sehemu tofauti. Pia vile vile jambo ambalo wamezungumzia ile tunaita mambo ya last mile connectivity, ambayo mtu kama anaweza kuzidisha ama kurefusha ifikie mpaka pale mahali ambapo anataka makasha yake ama shehena zake za mizigo zifike, pia amepewa uhuru wa kuweza kufuatilia na kufanya jambo kama hilo. Kwa hivyo hii inamaanisha ya kwamba serikali sasa imefungulia Wakenya wafanyi biashara wale ambao wana mizigo yao ama wana mali zao kutokea ile bandari ya Pwani na kupeleka sehemu yote wanaweza kufanya. Bwana Spika, nashukuru sana na nasema kama Wakenya mfumo uwe wa kuzungumza, kusikizana na kuweza kufanya maamuzi ambayo yatasaidia Mkenya. Mambo mengine ya fujo na fitina, siasa duni haitasaidia Kenya. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable members, before I give to any other person, let's give to one who actually raised this issue and caused the committee to do an inquiry on this matter under the direction of the Speaker, Honorable Nasil.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, historia leo imeweza kuandikwa. Tarehe 6 Agosti mwaka 2019 ili jambo lilipoanza niliweza kuliuliza katika bunge hili. Likaleta stafahamu na watu wakawa ni wenye kuzungumza ndani ya bunge na wenye kuzungumza nje ya bunge. Lakini hatimaye sheria zinatungwa na kuweza kutekelezwa katika bunge hili. Ndio maana ikawa sote tunaweza kuwajibika na kupigiwa kura kwa sababu ya kuweza kutunga zile sheria, sio kuweza kupiga porojo peke yake mitaani. Bwana Spika, ilipofika tarehe 2 Juni hii oda ikaregeshwa tena, na mimi nakumbuka katika bunge hili nikaweza kuliuliza. Likaletwa jawabu na ndugu yangu hapa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya uchukuzi, lakini ikawa sina furaha na jawabu lile. Tarehe 25 nikaweza kuliuliza tena Juni mwaka 2020, ndipo pale spika akaweza kutoa amri ya kuwa ni lazima kuwekwe kikao cha maalum, watu waweze kupata suluhisho la kuweza kudumu katika masala haya. Na mimi tu nataka kuelezea ili tuwe ni wenye kufahamikiana ya kuwa katika yale ambayo yaloweza kukubaliwa, Bwana Spika, kwanza kila mwenye mali awe na huru ya kuchagua njia yoyote anayetaka yeye mwenyewe kuweza kupeleka bidhaa zake. Pili, tumesema na tumetoa maoni na nakubali na nashukuru ya kuwa wamekubaliwa zile ardhi zote. Hamna shirika lolote la kiserikali katika Kenya hii yenye ardhi zaidi kama Kenya Railways Corporation, Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, tunasema ya kwa ardhi zote zile ziweze kuchukuliwa, hizi fedha ambazo zinatumiwa kiholela holela, fedha ambazo zinapatikana kupitia ardhi hizi ziweze kutumika kulipa madeni ambayo yaliweza kuchukuliwa. Na tunasema ya kwa ikiwa mtu anatumia ile SGR, basi ile Railway Development Levy Fund, na hii ni baada ya kuweza kuzungumza mimi mwenyewe kibinafsi, wajumbe wenzangu, mwenyekiti, tukakaa chini na wale ambao kwamba ni washikadau, na wakakubaliana ya kwa ikiwa wewe unataka kutumia reli, basi badala ya kulipa 2% kama Railway Development Levy Fund, upunguziwe iwe ni 1.5%. Na ikiwa una lazima kutumia magari kwa sababu ya khiari yako, basi ni sawa uweze kulipa kiongozo kidogo cha 0.3, ambao kwamba ukiangazia zile hesabu wenye biashara walikuwa ni wenye kukubaliana na jambo hilo. Bwana Spika, tumesema ya kuwa ni sawa ya kuwa ikiwa SGR inaona ina tatizo ya kupeleka mizigo kutoka yadi yao mpaka katika sehemu ambazo kwamba hawa wenye biashara, basi ni sawa waingie na njia ya kuzungumza na washikadau hawa matransporter, wakubaliane na wao ya kwa mzigo ukiweza kuingia, mtu ana khiari ya kutumia njia yoyote anayotaka yeye ili mzigo ufike katika yadi yake. Na tumesema ya kuwa mizigo yoyote, hizi kazi zamani Mombasa yalikuwa watu wamejaa na biashara za clearing and forwarding. Leo kwa sababu ya amri hii, biashara zote za clearing and forwarding zimeenda kwingine, lakini tunakubaliana na nashukuru ya kwa tunasema CFS, mtu aweze kuwa na khiari ya kuchagua CFS anaotaka yeye, mtu aweze kuwa na khiari kuchagua kampuni ambao kwamba anataka yeye mwenyewe. Na mwishowe nikimalizia, Bwana Spika, hili ni jambo ambalo kwamba ni la Kenya nzima. Nchi ya Ethiopia iliweza kulifanya jambo hili. Nasema ya kuwa ni serikali iregee chini na aanze kuzungumza na serikali ya China, wakubaliane ya kuwa hii loan itaweza kulipwa vipi. Na mwishowe tunagundua ya kuwa gharama kuu zaidi, Bwana Spika, ya kuendesha SGR ni zile gharama ambazo kwamba wanalipa kampuni fulani ili kila mwezi wanalipa pesa fulani ambao kwamba ni takriban bilioni. Hii ni lazima waangalie njia, kwa sababu wa Kenya wanaumia na pesa zinaenda kwa shirika fulani peke yake. Kwa hivyo mimi nashukuru mwenyekiti mwenzangu, nashukuru washika.
1 minute, being the originator of this. Just 1 minute max.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, alikuwa namalizia kusema namshukuru mwenyekiti, nashukuru wanakamati. Tukianza jambo hili kulikuwa kuna mvutano na bughdha sana, na nawasihi sana ndugu zangu wale ambao kwamba wenye kupendelea zile bonga points za mitaani kuzungumza tu na kutoa kashfa ambazo kwamba hazina ukweli. Leo hii pengine iwe ni funzo, tunawafundisha jinsi sheria zinatungwa, na leo tumeweza kufaulu, na nina imani mpaka sasa kila mmoja amekubaliana na kauli yetu ya kuwa lazima SGR iwe ni jambo ambalo kwamba si la kulazimishwa mtu, bali iwe ni khiari kwa sababu anaona ya kwa inafaa. Asante sana Bwana Speaker.
Before I get to my right, let's hear from Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I want to engage you so that since I'm alone here, I can just speak without my mask, although I know it's a requirement in this House. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting this report because it has some good recommendations, but I would not really dwell much on what is the recommendation. I just want to raise some fundamental questions, which to me I think will need to be addressed as we move forward. Honorable Speaker, this report is recommending that there should be freedom of choice in terms of which mode of transport you want to use to transport your goods. But when you look at what they are saying also at the same time, they are saying you reduce the railway levy for railway transport to 1.5 and increase the transport levy, the same levy for those who are using the road to 2.3 or 2.5. And the question is, Honorable Speaker, are we being fair to the forces of the market forces where demand and supply should come to play? So I think that's discrimination. And to me, it's not going to be fair if we start discriminating Kenyans. I think as we even move to the future, it will be important to ensure that the market forces, where you choose between demand and supply, determines the price. So that if you want this railway mode of transport to be the most preferred mode of transport, Honorable Speaker, the trick is to make it more efficient so that the cost goes down, and on the basis of that, Kenyans will have no choice but to make it the first choice. The other point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the renegotiation of the loans. I've heard the chair saying we need to negotiate for the loans so that because of the COVID-19 and other reasons, that the way we pay the loan could be kind of restructured or changed. And this, to me, Honorable Speaker, brings out quite a number of questions. The first question, Honorable Speaker, is when we are getting this loan, at the point of getting the loan, had we done due diligence in terms of going through feasibility studies, looking at the best international practices? Because like when I hear that we really need to do 1, 2, 3 coming as a recommendation, I was asking myself, did the chairman do any comparison with the international best practice? For example, when you say reduce levy to 1.5, is that what is happening outside there where we have the best practice? Because this is not the first line in this country. It is there in Europe, it is there in Japan, in China. And the question is, Honorable Speaker, even as we make recommendations, it is important in this country that then we look at what happens out there so that we compare ourselves. Otherwise, we start now pushing for monopoly of such institutions. That now, SGR becomes like a monopoly project, and on the basis of that, they can start milking Kenyans without anybody questioning. And to me, I don't think this is the way we want to go, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, even as we support this report, and I must thank my colleagues from the coast, because by initiating this kind of inquiry, then, Honorable Speaker, we are going also to have many more people benefiting. Where the region I come from, the Ukambani region, a number of our towns started dying, Honorable Speaker. And basically because all the transport along the Nairobi-Mombasa corridor used to have those lorries stopping in the specific areas. And other than the economic benefits of spending in those areas, there are also social benefits which used to come to our people. And Honorable Speaker, we can't ignore those. So when now everything went to the SGR, you can imagine what is happening in that area, Honorable Speaker. So these recommendations are helping us also. But I'm just saying, even as they help us, it is high time as Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, that we start asking the question of value for money. To me, I think we would have wished to see a situation where this inquiry was extended to the area where we start saying, are Kenyans getting value for money? Is this loan which we got for so many years, are we going to overburden our future generations? Because the practice is always, Honorable Speaker, anytime you get a loan, by the time we get to the next generation, this particular investment should have generated such revenue streams to a level that they will just be paying itself. And then I always ask myself, are we going to be in that level in the next 15 years? Or do we get to the 15th year and we are still paying $1 billion to a company which seems to be not to any Kenyan? You have heard Honorable Nasir saying that there is a company which gets $1 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, every month. And it seems like nobody knows about it. These are the important questions we need to ask about this project. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mushomba.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I rise to support this report that emanated from the committee that I serve in. And I am very glad that I sat into the presentations, listening to all the submissions that were done by the stakeholders and the honorable members of this House from the region who dedicatedly submitted all the concerns. And I'm glad that finally today we are actually sitting here to say, yes, the report is the way to go. Honorable Speaker, every big project of this nature normally do have what we call the baseline survey, a survey that is done before the investment is done to advise the investor and the government on the modules that are going to be used to recover the money that has been invested. I am not so sure whether the baseline survey that was done was actually a clear picture of the scenario on the ground. Because even after we have done all this manner of investment and level of investment, it is very clear there were some things that were overrun or overlooked and assumed. And that is what I call the socio-economy. The socio-economy of the SGR project from Mombasa all the way to Nairobi, I do not think that it was taken care of properly. And I would want to understand, if there was a consultant who was involved, how the report was given and how it was put into implementation. The reason why I'm raising the issue of social impact, it is because, Mr. Speaker, I am aware, and I guess members of this House also are aware, that there are so many small businesses that were dependent on the traditional mode of transportation from Mombasa to Nairobi, using the road transport. There are young men who sell roasted maize. There are young women who sell maize, milk. There are men and women who ferry load the cargo to the trucks. There are mechanics who takes care of those trucks along the road all the way from Mombasa to Nairobi. That socio-economy was completely blacked out when the directive to use SGR was given. And therefore, I'm very excited that finally the committee in charge of transport and infrastructure in the National Assembly, chaired by our Honorable Chair, has sat down and analyzed the cost of social impact that has been interfered with by the forceful use, the order to forcefully use SGR for transporters. I also do not think that a proper sensitization of stakeholders was done properly, Mr. Speaker, because sensitization would actually have given the gains of using SGR to the stakeholders so that they can make decisions on what to use, whether use SGR or use the road. And therefore, I still feel that even in future, as we revisit this issue, we would want to make sure that the sensitization of all stakeholders has been done properly so that we can be able to advise accordingly. Mr. Speaker, the law of feasibility states that when you lower the redundant variables, as you introduced the catalyst variables, you must make sure that you balance the equation. It is very clear that we introduced a new variable into the transport industry, but we never considered on how to withdraw the existing variable. And every time you create that kind of an imbalance, Mr. Speaker, you create confusion. And that confusion resulted in total costs increase, losses, and many other issues that we have had the stakeholders complain about. I rise to support this report, into the adoption of this report, because I think that's the way to go. And I want to congratulate the honorable member who brought this matter into the attention of this House, because finally, justice is going to be served to the stakeholders of the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this. Mr. Speaker, the SGR project was a flagship Vision 2030 project with the purpose to decongest the port, to get cheaper transport for our goods, which will eventually mean that the goods will be cheap, to have safety of our cargo as it is transported, and to preserve our roads, which are using heavy transport. However, Mr. Speaker, on implementation, what eventually came out is that there were a lot more disadvantages than what was realized. In fact, People were forced, the business were being forced. And what then happened is that the truckers were declared redundant. The business associated with trucking in Mombasa, along the way, at the port, all were affected. There were loss of jobs. And Mr. Speaker, this should have been expected. And therefore, to impose this on the business people and therefore expose them to these disadvantages was totally unnecessary. I therefore congratulate the member who raised this issue and the committee that was worked on it. I saw somewhere in the report that the compulsory, the compulsion was because of the COVID. That was totally untrue. The Honorable Nasir, actually, popularly known as the incoming governor, had actually brought this thing and we had discussed it before the COVID. So that statement, wherever it came from, the executive was not correct. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a free market economy. And whatever we do, whatever projects we bring, must actually go by that. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in my view, the only way for SGR to achieve the things we wanted it to achieve is actually to make it competitive, so that businessmen will choose on the basis that it is cheaper and it is more efficient. There will be no other way. And actually, if that is done, Mr. Speaker, even the other businesses, there will be adjustment. If the business people themselves realize this is cheaper and use it, it will be gradual and there will be adjustment, and the economy will find itself how to absorb the other people in all other businesses. Therefore, I support this report. For example, trying to make it competitive by supporting the reduction of levy and also allowing that those who can do the last mile infrastructure at their own cost can do it. I think that will make it more competitive. Use of other KRA assets to finance the SGR project, renegotiating the loan, but more importantly, efficiency. But Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that does not come. When the SGR was conceived, it was actually to go all the way to Kisumu and Eldoret and into Uganda and into Rwanda. If you conceive a project of that magnitude and you reduce it by half, you cannot get the benefit that you expected. Therefore, in my own view, Mr. Speaker, the first thing we need to do is to complete the project to where we wanted it, increase the business, and then we can start getting the benefits that we expected. I know it is ending in Mombasa, and there is an effort to improve the meter gauge railway from Mombasa into Western Kenya. But again, it will create that we have an exchange in Mombasa where goods that have come on a standard gauge railway have now to be changed into a meter gauge railways. I suspect that will not really in itself make it as successful as we would have wanted it. So, Mr. Speaker, my view is we should strive to make it efficient and cheaper and let the market forces prevail. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honourable members, as you can see, quite a number of members who still are interested to speak to this, but it is a few seconds to 7 when the House must rise. But it's good for members to note this is not the end of this order. Actually, there's a balance of 1 hour, 30 minutes on this specific order. So members who still have time and space to contribute and to speak to this order, the time, any other time that the House Business Committee will schedule it. So in the circumstances, honorable members, the time being 20 seconds to 7 p.m., this House started adjourned until Thursday, 12th November 2020 at 2:30 p.m. Honorable members, it's good to note, it is not 10. In line of the resolution earlier in the day, we are not meeting at 10 on Thursday. It is at 2:30 to receive the address of His Excellency the President.